Sioux First Nation within Treaty 3. And then the communities we service comes from Treaty 5 and 9. And we have one item on the agenda today. I think we'll ask, are there any amendments to the agenda, Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, I have none.
Thank you. So we'll confirm the agenda for the meeting May 15th, moved by Councillor Howie, seconded by Councillor Fenlon. All in favor? Carried. Declarations of pecuniary interest.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, I have none.
And we have then one item on the agenda, major projects review priority setting. Council strategic priorities, a roadmap for implementation. And this is largely going to be run by the CAO and clerk, but before they take over our world, we'll just say, I think this is a 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm suggesting a 30-minute lunch break at noon. Is that fine? And we'll let the CAO direct. We'll probably have a 10-minute health coffee tea break mid-morning here. Other than that, the show is yours, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Mayor Lawrence, to the rest of Council. First, on behalf of staff, we apologize that it is the first day of opening season. With any luck, the sun's shining and we can get through this as soon as possible. Although very important, we can get through it as soon as possible so that we can enjoy the rest of our afternoon and evening and possibly catch some fish. So that being said, so what we sent out to Council was a working document that we put together as staff from all of the plans that we did over the past year and a half. So they include the strategic plan.
CAO, I'm sorry, I have one more thing I'd like to say before, and that's we're working one Saturday. I know that the CAO clerk, the deputy clerk, and some other staff, the CAO and clerk especially, have worked multiple Saturdays and weekends to put this together. They've really put a lot of effort into this. So we won't gripe about our one Saturday. We appreciate everything you've done to bring us here. So thanks, CAO, thanks, clerk and staff. Jackie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So what we did was we took all of the plans that we did over the last year and a half and took the recommendations from all the plans, including specific comments from the strategic plan that councillors had submitted through our consultants, our consultant, Tim Hoare of Capital Consulting. If you recall, when we did the strategic plan, everybody submitted their comments specifically as to what they would like to do or see in the municipality. So you'll see that under the strategic pillars that we have in the documents here, that it'll come under the source, we'll say strategic plan councillor specific requests. So some of those will be specific requests that council has to decide whether or not they want to move forward on the specific request put forward by the councillors. So what we did was we collated the strategic plan, the community safety and well-being plan, the municipal services delivery review, the sports tourism strategy. The sports tourism strategy didn't specifically have any recommendations, but so that's why you won't see any source documents in these 4 pillars, but we will be addressing it once we've ramped up our department because there is opportunity for sports tourism in Sioux Lookout. So those will be coming at a later date once we've have the proper staff in place to carry on those initiatives. Also the another plan that we did over the last year was the economic strategic review. So we've incorporated that as well. The organizational review that was done and presented to council, that one will be dealt with at a later time with myself and council to determine what recommendations or what format that you want to move forward with the organizational review from within. So that being said, what we're going to do is, if you notice on the documents, there's some items that are in red under the strategic activities. what Brian and I have done is we've taken a look at it and we've identified it under more than one pillar. So we're going to look to council to decide which pillar that you want it to fall under in the review and moving our strategic priorities forward so that we can concentrate on that. So at this point, Brian and I are going to tag team today. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian to start. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle, and good morning, everyone. So as Michelle mentioned, there were a number of initiatives that we thought could potentially fall under more than one of the strategic pillars from the strategic plan, so we duplicated them. So we thought as a first pass through the document, we'd go through, those are the items that are in red, and we'll ask council to determine whether which of the pillars you want them under, and then that way it'll eliminate some of the duplication so that when we go through to prioritize as the next step, we won't have those duplicated items. So that sounds good to everybody. We'll start with the community innovation and development pillar, the blue pages, or the pages with the blue header on them. And the first item that is duplicated, if you will, is item number 9 on that sheet, which is Northern Pride, People, Place, and Purpose, the Sioux Lookout Cultural Plan. And so that plan was a 5-year plan that commenced in 2013 and sort of concluded in some respects in 2018. Now, many of the initiatives were accomplished, not all of them were. So I guess 2 questions. One, does council wish to renew its cultural plan and set another perhaps 5-year window? If so, then we'll determine which pillar it should fall under. So I guess the first question is there an appetite among council to renew the cultural plan and continue on with initiatives in that respect?
Council? I'll start with Councillor Lego.
Okay. Yes, we should be renewing the cultural plan for sure.
Councillor Timpson.
Yes, I think we need to review what it says and look at whether or not we need to adjust it and look at what are we doing already, what did we do in that 5 years, and whether we need to amend it or not, or do we just renew it as is.
Thank you. Councillor Howie.
I think we absolutely need to continue and renew the cultural plan.
Councillor Cassidy.
I'm in favor of renewing it. I think an update of some kind should be in order. We should definitely look at what's worked, what's actually obtainable, what's in our control. Those are some of the bigger aspects. It's nice to have a big vision, but I think we need to pare it down on what the municipality can actually control and foster and make sure it's streamlined like that to set achievable goals.
Councillor Fanlon.
I agree with everybody. We need to clean it up a little bit. Some things are old in it and are not relevant at this time now, I guess. That's good.
Thank you. Councillor Bath.
Yeah, I'm in favor of renewing it. I think we, again, as to echo Councillor Cassidy's comments, it needs to be reviewed and pared down. We can't do everything, so we need to pare it down so it's things that are reasonable to do within the 5-year term.
I think the words, clerk, are renew, review, adjust, be realistic, renew, keep it going. Good.
Okay, terrific.
Back to you.
Thank you. So I guess the next question then is, so right now it appears under both the community innovation and development pillar, as well as the community engagement pillar. Where does council feel it is best suited?
Let's just do this by a straw poll unless somebody has something desperately they want to say. I'm going to go with the community engagement pillar first. Who feels it belongs there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks good. Anybody who didn't put their hand up, have anything they want to say? Go ahead, Councillor Timpson.
I think it really belongs both places, actually. I don't see anything wrong with keeping something in both places. To me, it's these overlap continually, but
Clerk, did you have do you want to explain the rationale for putting it in one place or keeping it in two?
Sure. So for the purposes of today's meeting, in the final document, it would be fine if it appears under two. The purpose for today's meeting was just to sort of pare down the big list so that when we go through to prioritize, we're not prioritizing the same initiative multiple times. For the purposes of today, looking at the hand count in the straw poll, it looks like we'll discuss it under the community engagement pillar, and then ultimately, if it seems like it can appear under both, then in the final document we'll make that reflection.
Very good. Let's move on then on that basis.
Very good. Thank you. So the next item that is appears under two columns is item number 13. Which is the Look at Sports Tourism Strategy. So again, it's captured under community innovation as well as community engagement.
I'll go with the community innovation and development first, and on the same basis as the clerk has outlined before, regarding one item for today and possibly two later, who feels that they want to discuss it under community innovation and development, sports tourism. 1, 2, 3, 4. And who feels they want to discuss it under community engagement, was it?
Yes.
Community engagement. I see one. So why don't we let the no hands or the one hand tell us why. Start with you, Councillor Nagel.
Well, anything to do with our rec department should be in community engagement. That's how I saw it. So
that's a good point. Yeah. I just saw innovation and development as the sports tourism. Although we do a bit of it, we've never really focused on it as tourism as much. So that was why I thought it was just a bit of innovation and developing that as a. But I see your point too. So.
And with us not getting a new recreational complex anytime soon, I sort of took it out of the development part of it. So we've already gone through that process. But either or, it doesn't bother me.
Anybody else like to speak up here? Councillor Cassidy.
Again, that's a tough one. I understand it. It's in innovation and engagement, but I really feel it does kind of fit in community wellness, other than the tourism aspect of it. It's kind of two different columns in there, I guess. But I guess with recreation and sport and bringing stuff, there is going to be some new things coming. Like, I don't know if anyone's gone through the agenda yet, but like there's different things in development and stuff that can happen around recreation. So yeah, I kind of lean towards the innovation and the development, because there's still room to grow with our recreation and the aspects of recreation that we have in our community. So.
Councillor Fallon.
Can recreation and economic development work together on that?
CAO.
As far as if you're speaking, Councillor Fenelon, if you're speaking to the lead department, staff will identify that. We've put in what the departments we think will be the lead on these initiatives. It's not necessarily going to stay there. Once we're done going through this document, one thing I did forget to explain at the beginning is staff will be meeting with the clerk, and I will be meeting with the rest of the staff to go through the document and establish timelines for achieving the goals that we've set out today, with realistic timelines, and also talk about who should be involved in these strategic initiatives.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just going through our strategic priorities. It does the priority set with community innovation and development says proactively invest in our community to encourage growth and enhance our quality of life. So I would think recreation and encouraging growth would be enhancing quality of life and would be capture the tourism aspect as well. So,
Councillor Bath, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. My initial thought was it should be under community wellness. I'm not really concerned where it is. And I also looked at under community engagement because I think our rec department and our rec programs are so diversified, or maybe even so splintered right now, that we probably will need community engagement to move forward. So I think I'd be inclined to put it under community engagement.
All right, so just to move things along, we'll just do a quick straw poll. I'm looking at the priorities, and this isn't. Oh, Councillor Timpson, you had something to say? Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, I would I would go for innovation first because it's a creative way of using recreation, and I think that's the first step. And yes, afterwards we will have to engage community, but I think first step is innovation, and it could go under wellness as well.
All right, could go under any of them, but we're gonna make a decision for
I'll
today.
go for innovation.
Okay, so community innovation, straw poll, hands up. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're done. There you go, clerk, for today. We reserve the right to change our minds.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So the next item then would be, again, still under the blue pages, the blue header. On the same page, item number 21, support the continued and increased expansion of recreational programming, festivals, community gathering places, and celebrations of Sioux heritage from the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. So again, presently we have it under community innovation and development, but it's also captured under community engagement.
Council. Do you want me to start? We're looking at two, the community innovation and development and community engagement. I'm going to start with who feels it belongs under community engagement. 1, 2. Who feels okay? Well, okay. We have some latecomers there. Community engagement. One more time. And community innovation and development. We have one, and voices. Who would like to speak to this? Councillor Nagel.
I think a lot of these, and it's been spoken to already, that a lot of the stuff that's in every document here, to me, falls into community wellness. Being engaged in our community, having everything, mental health, housing, to me, everything falls under community wellness, but I'm not sure, like some people have said, it could fall into multiple categories. I think we can just put it in any one, and then we should move forward because they can fall in. I've gone through these, and some of them fall in all 5 categories. So
I think you make a point actually on the community wellness that I should have put that out there, is that it comes from the community safety and well-being plan.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
when you read the community wellness strategic priority. Anybody else have a comment before I do another quick straw poll? Okay, I'm going to throw clerk community wellness in as an option here, if that's okay. Community wellness, who feels it fits in there? I think we have a number there for community wellness, clerk.
Mayor Lawrence.
Yep, CIO, sorry.
Mayor Lawrence, Councillor Howie had his hand up earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Howie.
I was just going to add that the growth and expansion of our programs and gatherings, I think, would fall under innovation and development because we'd be investing in the growth and enhancing the quality of life through that. I think the community wellness, just striving to make our community a healthier and safe place to live for all residents. I think it falls loosely under that. Wellness is a broad umbrella too, but I think the direct investment of growth of our programs and enhancing that aspect of our community, I think falls under the innovation and development. But the vote has been voted upon, so that is it.
I think it's for discussion purposes, really, and we're good. Okay, Carrie, thanks, Councillor Howie. Clerk, back to you.
Thanks so much. So the next item then is item number 22 on community innovation and development. Support, promote, and enhance the celebration of Indigenous culture and community memorialization, community feasts, gatherings, welcoming Northern students, and powwows. So presently, it's captured under this pillar, community innovation and development. It's captured under regional collaboration, and it's captured under community engagement.
I'm going to go lead off with community wellness because it comes from the community safety and well-being plan once again. So I'll go with community wellness and see how many think it could fit under that broad umbrella, as Councillor Howie said. And then we'll see if anybody wants to community wellness. Okay, we have 4 or 5 there, 6. I think we have one. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? Councillor Timpson.
Just want to comment on some of these, and this is one of them, is that I think we need to look at the word support, and essentially we're supporting other groups doing it. These are not things that we as a municipality can initiate or carry out, but that we can support groups doing it. You know, I think we have to keep that in mind, that we're just supporting them.
I see the CAO and clerk nodding their heads and a few councillors. So thanks, Councillor Timpson. Yeah, good word. Back to you, clerk.
Thank you very much. So the next item is item number 29 on the community innovation and development pages. And it talks about explore the municipality's role in Cedar Bay, attempt to seek out a third party to be responsible for the operation of the facility, including the assumption of operating gains and or losses. Should the municipality be unable to find suitable partnership, the municipality will want to suspend the operations of the facility. So this is presently under community innovation and development, also captured under community wellness and operational excellence.
I think before we go any further, we just need to clearly define Cedar Bay, because Cedar Bay encompasses, on one hand, trails, on the other hand, stables, on the other hand, cabins and waterfront. So what are we including in the term Cedar Bay? Clerk?
I believe the CAO wants to speak
yeah,
to that.
thank you,
Sorry.
CAO.
So through, if council remembers, through the through municipal services delivery review, that was one of the areas where the consultant identified that we need to take a look at Cedar Bay and decide what it is we want to do with Cedar Bay. Do we want to contract out the facility itself and let somebody else run it? Do we want to run it internally? We do have to, but they're recommending that we do address it somehow and determine what it is we want to see for the future of Cedar Bay. That was a recommendation, because right now some of the programs, well, for example, because of COVID, we closed down, but for example, the day camp, we were running that at a significant deficit. Is that something that we want to renew? So basically the operations, different programs that we're running, do we want to revamp them? So that's something that he's recommending we take a look at. So that's what he means by that. The current stables, we have a lease with the Friends of Cedar Bay for that portion of Cedar Bay. So he's not specifically talking to that.
I think I just wanted to be absolutely clear. We're not talking about the stables as Cedar Bay. We're not talking about the trails, which have a couple of well-organized groups, the Nordic Nomads, the Sioux Trail Co. We are talking specifically about the cabins and the area, specifically at the beach area, Cedar Bay, in that area, correct?
Not to eliminate the trail system. I understand that it is being run very successfully by other parties, but there's an opportunity perhaps to collaborate on initiatives too through those programs.
Okay. Councillor, I'll just start. I think Councillor Lego had his hand up, then Timpson, then Fallon. So Councillor Lego.
Well, I just agree that we agreed on what Cedar Bay is. That's
Okay.
important. Also, we should be looking at first. I would like to see Cedar Bay as a cultural heritage place. So partnering with the First Nation organizations or groups would, that's how I envision it. So.
And I guess, thanks, Councillor Lego. At this time, Clerk, are you just looking for which strategic priority we're going to put this under? Yeah. So if we can go with that, Councillor
I would
Timpson,
put it under the innovation and development.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, in the service review and the sports tourism, all the groups were consulted, not just the stable group, and you know, the Nordic Nomads, the bike club, I think the toboggan, the Sioux club. So it wasn't just looking at the buildings and the stable; it was looking at an entire area, and First Nations as well. I think First Nations were consulted as well. I agree with Councillor Lego. It really should come under community innovation and development because it is a very unique situation, a very unique facility, and a very unique community in which we need to be creative in figuring out how it will be used, not just the land that the town owns, but the land north of the town-owned land, which is a very important aspect of this town, like the ski trails, the bike trails, which are on Crown land north of that, are as important as the stable is, for example, to the community. So I go for innovation.
Councillor Fenlon.
A couple of things I guess I think that we have to find out whether we're going to support Cedar Bay itself with sewer and water, because I don't think it's going to go too much anywhere if there's not that support from the municipality on that issue, because I think it's a big enough issue to stop it if you try to go to the public, because it's going to be costly to redo water or do the water and sewer out to that point. That's my thoughts on it. I think if we can get that thought out, and I think we should go to a private person or a private company and see if they can develop it after the sewer and water is in place.
And thanks, Councillor Fenlon. Anybody else have anything to say before we decide which pillar to put this under? And I think we're leaning towards innovation and development. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I think innovation and development, but it's not development in the sense of water and sewer. It's development in the sense of recreation. And that's, I think, what everyone loves about Cedar Bay.
All right, so for purpose of deciding which pillar to put it under, I'll just say, are we comfortable with putting it under community innovation and development? By show of hands, yes. I would say yes is your answer, Clerk, CAO. I'm saying clerk because you passed this section over to the clerk, CAO.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. And that concludes items under community innovation and development that were captured elsewhere. So I'll, Michelle, am I going through all of them, or are we switching back and forth at this point? Sorry.
Perhaps through you, Mayor Lawrence, to the clerk. Perhaps what we'll do is we'll just now go through community innovation and development, and as we get to the next section, then we'll go through the red items first.
Sure.
Okay. So starting from the top under community innovation and development, what we've done, as I explained earlier, is we've identified all the strategic activities through the various plans. We've indicated who the lead department would be. That is subject to change depending on priorities and as we discuss further. The sources, we've identified the sources where these documents, where these initiatives have come from, what documents, and then we've started a list of what the required resources will be, depending on what the priority is and what council wants to achieve in each one of these initiatives. We'll determine the required resources and we'll be updating those as well. And then the timelines and notes column is left blank on purpose because depending on council's priority on each of these initiatives, we will go back to our management staff and determine what the timelines will be in order to get these initiatives accomplished and seen to fruition based on the priorities that council have set. So if we want to start with the very first item, explore ways to attract businesses to the downtown core. We have the lead department as economic development. That came from the strategic plan, and it was a councillor specific request that was identified when everybody put in their request of things they'd like to see under the strategic plan. Not specific to a pillar, but things that they'd like to see. So we put it under this pillar for community innovation and development. So what we're doing is we're asking council to discuss it. Number one, do you want us to move forward with it? Number two, do you want to take it off the list? And three, what is the priority from 1 to 5? 1 being the lowest priority, 5 being the, 1 being the highest priority, 5 being the lowest priority.
Priority of what, Sioux?
In the list of, so what we're going to do is prioritize each of these initiatives.
Okay.
And then we're going to take it back, and based on the priority, we're going to address those ones first.
So you're looking at all, you're
Each of
asking us to look at all 33 of the items and
Correct.
prioritize 1 to 5. So just before we do that, I'm sorry, the red items, which ones have been removed? Number 9 has changed to
community engagement.
engagement.
Number 13 remains under community innovation and development. Number 20, if I may ask the clerk, I missed that one. Which one does that go under? 21?
21 has been moved to community wellness.
Okay. Item number 22 moved to community wellness. Item number 29 stayed where it is under community innovation and development. And that was it for that category.
All right, so again, you started to talk about number 1, explore ways to attract business to the downtown core. Were you talking about that generically, and now you'd like us to consider all 33 items and rank them, do a ranking 1 to 5?
What we'd like to go through is each of the strategic activities one by one and determine, first of all, if council wants us to move forward on them. And if you do, what is the priority level?
So the priority would come after we've gone through the 33.
We thought we'd do it as we went along.
Okay, just that then we won't, the discussion wouldn't have been in front of us to do.
If I may, through you, Mayor Lawrence, the idea is to prioritize each item on its own. And then when we go back to staff, we'll say, okay, 23 of the 30 priorities were identified as number 1 level priorities.
Okay.
That will then help staff determine timelines and resources. So that was the idea.
Okay, sorry. You're not asking us to prioritize them against each other, but just how important. Okay,
right.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take care of that part based on your input on each individual priority.
I apologize if I'm the only one who didn't clue into that. Explore ways to attract business to the downtown core. So we're just going to have a discussion then. Is this, how does council feel this is, I'll start it off by just, we have several buildings that are owned by the Northwest Company that there's ongoing discussion, and we're trying to ramp up discussion with the Northwest Company to bring those buildings back into play. There's various things going on with them that that makes it awkward, but we're trying to push that. We have the Mayfair Theater. The council's well aware of what we're doing there. There's an empty building site or two in the downtown area that are owned by others. There's the whole, we sometimes hear that the downtown core is dying. You've let it die. As a council made a decision for everybody to shop online or for society to change overall. What can we realistically do with the downtown? And we also see a real influx. And I often say there's more people working downtown now than there was 30 years ago with the office, with the Centennial Building, with all the office buildings that are there. Are they being properly serviced? You know, is the opening for another coffee shop, a lunch or whatever? Is there more of that could work? I'll leave it at that in council discussion. I'll just start on the first hand up here is Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I think we've done everything we can do. I would rate this as a 3 or a 4 myself. I see that next to MJ's hair studio that they're tearing that down, and there's going to be another business going up there. And as you pointed out, a lot of the businesses that used to be on Front Street are now converted into office space. Things have changed, and some of the other buildings aren't for sale. That people are just holding on to them for some reason, whether they're using for storage or whatever they're using it for. The old IGA, the old Northern Store. No idea what's happening with those. So there's not too much left on Front Street for us to get involved with, in my personal opinion. So I would rate this a 3 or 4.
I also think in historic terms, and I'm talking about decades, you need to look at what has happened in the downtown core and what we consider the downtown core. Maybe the downtown core is a bit larger than it used to be, but the courthouse, the old Lands and Mines office that sat derelict for a while was renovated into a beautiful courthouse. The OPP station was enlarged. The Dryden Community Living Facility was the old Beaver Lumber that was right downtown, and now it's a lovely building that's very, very active. We've had some restaurants, the Chicken Chef and others develop. Office buildings. I'm trying to think of some other. The Centennial Station itself, the hotel that was a burned out hulk is now an active office building. The railway station, I think, is something we're working on doing a bit more with that. But there's a beautiful railway station there. Some of the grocery stores that closed followed an overall societal pattern to become a big box store just a block away. That's really part of the downtown core still, where the new big grocery store is. So. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, it's sort of a question of, do we actively try to promote it and make things happen? And I tend to agree with Corey that we've tried and it just hasn't worked. But the initiatives that you talk about, they have just happened and we have supported them happening. The opportunity came with the old Sioux Hotel to make it into an office, which we did, but we didn't actively try to figure that out. It just happened. And when we look at the other things we've got on the go, we've got Bigwood, we've got Hillcrest on the go. I think that's where the initiative aspect has to come. But let's not forget the downtown, of course. And when something presents us, we go for it. But to put our time into actively pursuing it, I don't think it's a great use of time right now. So I tend to think it should be a little bit down on the list. Always keeping in mind that if somebody comes along and wants to put a swimming pool at the Mayfair or a steakhouse at the Mayfair, we look at it.
Any further comments? Right now, we're putting it at a 3 or 4 priority. Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with the 3 or 4 priority. I think right now with our downtown core, like you said, Mayor Lawrence, we have a lot of business space, like commercial space, office space being taken up. And I think that's definitely going to continue. And I know a lot of the bigger corporations and businesses in town kind of compete for office space as soon as it pops up. So I think right now a 3 or 4 priority is the most appropriate thing, because the downtown core is being filled actively when spaces do open up.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I also agree with that, because we have to look at what our span of control is here. If everything's owned privately, there is little that we can really do to push it in whatever direction we want. Like, people have the right to own their property and manage it how they see fit, to a certain extent. That I think is the biggest thing, and how do we define business? What business do we want to see? Do we want to see retail, or do we want to see our service industry, that business? There's two sides to the coin here, I think. And I think the latter, with our businesses and our support industry, has been taking up a lot of that downtown. And I think it's helped some of the other shops down there, the coffee shops for your lunch and stuff like that. And it's actually probably better for downtown because it's that kind of stuff's at arm's reach. The other thing we have to consider is what impact is Hillcrest going to have on our downtown and maybe some of that other stuff and other development. And we're going to have potentially other areas for businesses to go and develop. So I would put this at a 3 or 4 as well. Keep with the comment that I think everything's pretty much full other than, as you mentioned, Mayor Lawrence, the vacant lot. It has a sign promising a building coming soon, but we'll wait to see. That's out of our control as well. So yeah, I'm good with a 3 or 4 rating as well.
I think we limited to that. There's nothing else. Keeping in mind that over the years, past councils have done proactive things. You know, we've created, we being the municipality, parking in the downtown area to facilitate the development of office buildings, et cetera, and allow people to park and shop and whatever. And also you need to look at our downtown and compare it to other. Did Port Arthur go through the same thing? Fort William, Fort Francis, Dryden, have they gone through these same kind of changeovers in the downtown areas to greater and lesser extents? Haven't in many places. So, and with those changes in the downtown, the pop up of whether it be the Intercity Mall in Thunder Bay long ago, or the various other malls, and the same in other, you know, the Walmarts, the Canadian Tires, the big box stores in Dryden that have changed downtowns. So the same, you know, Hillcrest and Bigwood can be looked at in the same ways. That overall evolution that we're all undergoing. Priority 3 or 4, take your pick. Do you want a specific number, Clerk, CIO? Yes.
I think we're good with 3 to 4.
Thank you. Clerk, CIO, who's next? Who's driving this train?
I am for now.
Thank you.
The next item was came from a specific councillor request when reviewing our strategic plan, and it said focus some of staff economic development activity to specific community development activity as developed jointly by council and staff. So we may be looking to perhaps the councillor that made that comment or that suggestion for a little bit more clarity for discussion, but we'll open it up to council to discuss at this point.
Council, and we don't know who made that, and you might be self-identifying that you made that. It's a comment that I think I've heard around the council table at different times from different sources. So anybody have a comment here on this? Councillor Bath.
Yeah, and it may have been me who made that, actually, now that I think about it. I'm not quite sure. I know what I meant by economic community development really leads to economic development. And sometimes I think we put it backwards. We try to get economic development to have mines and mills and whatnot, and we forget about community development. So I think that if I said it, that's what I had meant. So I don't quite know how, if the economic development department is the right place to do that, because they tend to be very, very inclined to go to economic development, and maybe this needs to go somewhere else. I know that's pretty vague, and I apologize for that, but it's been a while since I came up with this idea.
Well, I just throw in, Councillor Bath, without seeing any other hands, that I think there's room for both economic development and the activities that are going on there now, and community development. Unfortunately, I think we don't have a real community development. And maybe with the recreation department, there's an opportunity to do something through recreation. And I know that development services is too busy doing the hardcore of development services, which is the building official and the planning functions, as opposed to, you know, I don't want to use the wrong words, the forward thinker or the overall, you know, the community development. But I think within the recreation department, or as in partnership with recreation and economic development, there could be a community development somehow. It could fit within our slightly revamped structure.
Mm-hmm.
So focus on. I think it's a high priority, and I think it would come up in other areas, the community development activity. Councillor Bath again.
Yeah, I guess I didn't answer the proper question. What priority level? Sorry. I think this should probably remain a 1 or a 2 as an or as a community development initiative.
And without getting into the nuts and bolts of how it happens, what is the
No.
priority of community development, let's say?
Yeah.
So anybody object to 1 or 2? I mean, okay, I'll just put it this way. I'm in favor of this being a high priority, 1 or 2. Councillor Bath, others? I think you've got it, 1 or 2. Councillor Timpson.
No, a comment being it's very nebulous what it means. I guess I wouldn't put it as a 1 or 2 simply because it's really not clear what it means. And yet, in that economic development strategy, community development was, if you remember, they did a review of 25 reports of the last 10 years, I believe, and community development came up as the most common thing. But what is it basically, you know?
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, I can take a stab at that. I mean, I think ultimately it's up to council to define what it means by community development. Traditionally, if you look at the past, there was a point in time where the municipality did have a dedicated staff person to community development. Then, structures and stuff changed. In the past, what community development meant to the municipality was, if I can use this sort of analogy, is that economic development and development services sort of focus on the hard stuff, the infrastructure on the ground, the attraction of business, the development of businesses, and so on and so forth. The community development side is more the soft side. It's working with community-based organizations to help them fill some of the gaps that the municipality can't fill because it's just beyond our scope. It's about helping community-based organizations to build capacity so that they can do more and so on. It's about some of the services that are sort of related to things that promote community development, whether it's youth development and things like that. So to really simply put it, economic development and development services traditionally have focused on the hard services. Community development is more on the soft services side. I hope that helps.
Councillor Legault, and then Councillor Cassidy.
So should that fall under community engagement then?
Community wellness.
If it's a soft, it's separate from the economic development.
Yeah, and sorry, if I can, Mayor Lawrence, just to clarify what I just said, I guess I'm not saying necessarily that economic development and development services can't do community development. I'm just saying that traditionally they've been more focused on the harder stuff.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, for this one, I understand what the clerk's saying, and I think what we're looking for here is this aspect of community development should be something led by the rec department but supported by ECDEV. ECDEV's in touch with everything going on and who's coming in, who's going out, and having that link into our rec department that are trying to promote community development would be vital. So that would be kind of how I would envision this kind of moving forward. And I would keep it at a 1 or 2, yes.
All right, so priority 1 or 2 is generally agreed. Anybody disagree? So high priority, clerk, does that answer the question that you need to okay, so priority 1 to 2. CIO, back to you.
Third item, it came from specific councillor requests under the strategic plan initiative. Municipal recognition to the foundation and pillars of our community, foundation and pillars of our community, which is the volunteer. Municipality, along with community of volunteerism, should host a yearly banquet in recognition of the thousands of hours given to make our community a better place.
So we're asking for the priority of this item?
Correct.
Council.
And whether council wants to initiate it.
Councillor Timpson.
Well, we have to look first of all that later on we're recommending are wanting to consider whether or not we are going to, or that we review the role of volunteer, the role of committees specifically. And here we're saying we want to honor them and so on, but elsewhere we're saying we want to look at whether we need some of these committees. I don't know that it needs to be a strategic priority, but it should be just something that we just do. And maybe too, look at, other than just honoring them, I think we have to take them seriously in that if they bring something to council, we have to seriously consider it, seriously consider what their roles are, what their initiatives are. And yeah, from that point of view, and it's very similar to number 2 in that sense, and very similar to the or rather connects with the suggestion that we review committees. So I don't know. I would say this is not a priority, but it is just something we do, not a strategic priority, but just something we do.
Councillor Cassidy.
I think we need to encompass volunteer as those also outside boards and committees as well. There's a lot of people that do a lot of work in this community that just might not be involved in that in a committee of council, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on that we might not even see. So I think this is important. I feel this would probably fit better in community engagement. But I think this can be a relatively high priority, as you mentioned, Councillor Timpson. It's something we just can do, budget for and put on it, just be a bit of staff time and whatnot. But I think recognizing those people in the community that do this kind of thing, whether it's a barbecue in the summer, COVID and be outdoors or whatnot, something that we can do along those lines. So,
thank you, Councillor no, it was Councillor Fenelon and then Councillor Lego.
I look at that and I sort of along the lines of the Chamber of Commerce, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they be in line for that? Something like that?
To undertake this recognition, or?
Sorry?
Wouldn't they be in line to undertake the recognition or to be included in the recognition?
Hosting banquets and something similar like that. And if council sees fit, council of the day sees fit, they can pay a little bit of money to Chamber of Commerce to facilitate that banquet and whatever else it could be to come.
Sure. Okay. So that would be, but still, you'd see this as a priority item. How would you see it as a priority item is the question here. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Cassidy that it should be under community engagement. As for recognition, I think what the municipality can do is if we at some point get updated social media or our webpage, that recognition can be done that way. Have a special spot for volunteer of the month or whatever organization in our community or volunteer group in our community wants to put that forward or that person forward, then we can recognize them on behalf of that organization on our Facebook page or on our web page. Having the big gala and big dinner barbecue, as a volunteer in our community, I don't do it for those reasons, so I do it to give back to our community.
Councillor Beth.
Yeah, I agree. This should be under community engagement. And I think it is a priority under that because I believe the review of committees is an absolute priority. So I think if we put it under community engagement as a high priority, it would be a much better place for it. And as a way to, just was having a thought about we've complained a little bit about the involvement of organizations like PACE within the municipality. And, I think that may be a real in to get PACE more involved in the municipality, is to make them responsible for rewarding the volunteers. There's somewhat that already happens in Dryden, even though it's not as direct. And I think there's maybe an opportunity to do that. So I'd like to talk about that a little later under community engagement. As for now, I would say we should take it out of community innovation and development.
Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree, like the actual acknowledgement of the volunteers can be done through social media. I think if we want to do something like with staff appreciation, providing a gift card across the board, or any kind of acknowledgement of the contribution throughout the year to those on the committees after we do any kind of review, I think that's a way. I don't know if we necessarily have to host a big banquet or a barbecue or something like that. Maybe we can do it in conjunction with the Blueberry Festival, do a quick announcement acknowledging the volunteers. And also like I said, and like Corey said, through our social media as well. So
yeah, we do have already I think it's the Rotary Club organizes the Volunteer of the Year. What is the Volunteer of the Year award, or what is that? The Jack McKenzie Award for volunteering. So there's already a bit of a venue through, and that's done at the time of the Blueberry Festival. But how we do it is one thing. I think the recognition here, CAO, is that council seems to want to move this to community engagement and give it a high priority, and then figure out how it's done. And there's lots of good ideas on how it's done at the table. So is that all right? Is that enough direction for now?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I put a 1. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
But being clear that the idea of an annual banquet wasn't the endorsed method yet,
Yes.
or may never be.
Staff will come back with some suggestions when we take it to the staff level. Okay, the next item, number 4, that was through councillor specific requests under our strategic plan. Staff to work with developers on lot development in Hudson, commit to a work plan for Bernier Heights and Boat Bay.
Councillor Timpson.
I would put this as a 1 because, we've had that Boat Bay for maybe 10 years and we really haven't made much progress in it. And we're going to need the tax revenue from it. And I also see that Hudson is becoming more of a bedroom community, and there's lots of space there, and I think it's going to grow. And so I think we should really work on this as a priority.
Councillor Howie.
I think the expansion of land, especially lakefront and rural property, is an absolute priority. So I'm in complete favor of a number 1 slot for this.
Councillor Fenlon.
Yes, I see lots of activity going on in town. There's a bunch of old lots and that are wanted to be picked up, and a couple of 2 buildings that are being restructured, and on the First Avenue there used to be an old duplex there. That's being restructured and made livable, and a couple of houses sold that are selling are going. People are buying them. People want to live in Hudson, I guess. And with Bernier Heights, there's I can't think of the word for it, but there's 6 lots that are available there right now, that are proposed by the ministry many years ago, that nothing has been done with, up in behind Bernier Crescent. So if we can think of something, those lots right there, just to put them out in there, put them out to the public and see what you get from it. Might be a good start for that there. But I see there's lots of change going on in Hudson right now. So I'll put it as a 1, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I agree that should be a higher priority for this one. Again, it is a community that people are looking to move to. Things are a bit cheaper there. Just a small commute either into Lac Sioux or into Sioux Lookout. So I would, and also what's going to happen with the Boat Bay property is a priority to me as well. So I would give it a 1 or a 2, 1 for sure.
Councillor Cassidy.
So my question is, when we say work with developers, which developers do we want to work with? Like it sounds like there's a plan in place, but it's I don't know there is. And my question would be is, what different approach are we going to take to this? What's a strategy? Like Councillor Timpson said, Boat Bay sat here for 10 years. We've marketed it. ECDev has been trying to push it. We had a whole developer tour come through and look at these properties. How are we going to do this differently? And the other thing to consider on this as well is we have 2 developments, 2 significant developments going forward right now. How much more do we want to take a bite out of? I'm just putting a little caution out there about making these big commitments and going forward with more and more development. I understand we need to, but we need to make sure what we're putting out there is manageable by staff and financially, because there are a lot of expenditures with these developments. I would put this a little further down at a 2 or 3. If the lots are there, if the people know they're there, we continue to market them as such. But I think we just need to consider, I think there's a lot of potential in the already developed areas in Hudson for revitalization, fixing up old homes. We've seen some sales go through. Councillor Fenn, you're telling me there's houses that are selling there, people are moving in there. Let that develop, and once it's ready to expand, then maybe we revisit that. But I think we need to kind of just hold on to this one for a couple more years until we kind of finalize some of our other developments. That's my take on it. Not against development in Hudson in any way. I just want to be cautious with the municipality's approach. I don't want to put this as a 1, and now we have staff directing this. They have Hillcrest, they have Bigwood on the plate. It could result in an increased significantly increased workload for staff as well. So.
All right, I'm sort of sitting with Councillor Cassidy's comments. My view is that they've been on the market for years, and Development Services Economic Development have made developers aware of them. They haven't gone. We've had a bit of an idea for Boat Bay, which may still come to fruition, which is more along institutional lines. It may not. Prices in Hudson will go up soon enough, Councillor Fenn, as development starts, and the real cost of building a house, which will be the same cost to build a house in Sioux Lookout, if not slightly more, to build a house in Hudson. Once you get through old stock and renovation, the cost of developing a lot won't be that much different in Hudson than it is in Sioux Lookout. And the people in Hudson may see their assessments go up quite dramatically over the coming decade if development happens. I think that personally, I would agree with Councillor Cassidy. Go slow. I think the 6 lots at Bernier Bay, if the path to develop those is relatively clear and easy, put a focus on those 6 lots and see where they go. Let Boat Bay and Bernier, the larger projects, I would say low priority. If all of a sudden those 6 lots become hot and we see something, then ramp up the temperature on Bernier. So I'd overall put a high priority on a small focus area for this, and a very low priority on the remainder of it. Councillor Fenn.
The 6 lots are on Bernier Heights, up in behind the Bernier Crescent here. That they're the ones that are 6 lots. I don't think there's any available lots other than what the municipality owns, which is on Second Street going west, which is a big high bedrock place, and it's hard to develop. It's not, as opposed to Bernier Heights in the back end, which is all basically gravel and very limited on bedrock that I've seen around there. That's it.
Councillor Bath.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor Lawrence, and Councilor Cassidy. I think we need to split this. Bernier Heights, I believe, could be a high priority because it should be a simple sell. Boat Bay has obviously not been a simple sell for a number of years. So I would like to see if we can split this somehow so that we give Bernier Heights a bit of opportunity to move forward. If it moves, that's great. But I think we need to not be spending a lot more time on Boat Bay. Right now, we do have a lot on the table. So I'm going to go 1 for Bernier Heights.
For the 6 lots at Bernier Heights. CAO, do you want to sum up what you think you've heard?
Yes, so staff are to come back and focus as top priority on actual lots that we have available for sale and can develop for more so for building homes. And then Boat Bay, it's still a priority, but lower on the scale. And I have to echo the sentiments of Councillor Cassidy, because right now with the 2 bigger projects we're working on for Hillcrest and Bigwood, it is taking up a significant amount of staff time. So, and we are actively still looking at Boat Bay for institutional purposes that we propose to the ministry. So we're going to continue to focus on that to develop that as well. And once that gets developed, then if that happens or comes to fruition, then there's opportunity to develop further along the waterfront.
Do you feel, as council, are you okay with the direction that CAO has taken on this?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
good. There you go.
Okay, thank you. So for all intents and purposes, we put a 1 and a 5 for now. Okay, thank you. The next item, work more closely with Menoyawan Health Center, Chamber of Commerce, and Library. It came from a specific councillor request when we reviewed the strategic plan or initiated our strategic plan. And in the required resources column, staff are looking for a little bit, we're not sure who said that, but we're looking for a little bit more direction as well as to what do you mean by work more closely and what initiatives you had in mind, whoever put that down.
You're challenging all of us to remember what we wrote how long ago. Okay, Councillor Legos has either a memory or an idea.
No, it wasn't. I didn't write this, but again, this to me falls under community engagement or community wellness, and not in this section, because we are engaging with these agencies or organizations.
So thanks, Councillor Lego, and failing to see any other hands right now, I'll just make some comments here that there is considerable engagement with all of these three parties. Staff, the CAO attends the Chamber of Commerce monthly meetings. CAO, you could tell me more of the engagement. I know we're engaged through the MAT tax. There's meetings on MAT tax. There's meetings on. Go ahead. Just tell us some of the engagements that are already happening with Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, I attend the monthly Chamber of Commerce meetings, and when I attend the meetings, I provide an update as to what is happening in the community. As well, they have started giving me topics that they'd like me to discuss with the group when I attend the meetings, and we initiate and partner as well on a number of initiatives. For example, the community cleanup. This is the second year in a row that the Chamber has initiated that project, and we have worked with them to supply all of the materials that they need to pick up garbage, gloves, garbage bags, and then we pick up the garbage bags and bring them to the landfill free of charge. So there's those types of initiatives are collaborations between the Chamber and the town. So whenever, and of course, as the Mayor previously mentioned, we almost have a MAP tax agreement between the municipality and the chamber that will likely come to council in June for final agreement to move that initiative forward as well. So we're working through my office. We work close with the chamber and also other departments too for various initiatives that they come up with or we come up with that we partner on. Menno Yawin, the mayor and I are constantly dealing and promoting their activities as well with reference to their long-term care beds with the ministry. We talk to the CEO of the hospital on a regular basis to ensure that we're in tune of what they're trying to strive for and support their initiatives, as well as the M3C committee that we just recently initiated as well. They're part of that committee as well, and our emergency response control group as well when we initiate evacuations. So we do work closely with them. And then the library, of course, we have an agreement with the library where we provide financial and HR support to the library. And we deal with the CEO on a regular basis as to initiatives and things that go on there. So we do a lot of engagement already. So this priority here, I'm not sure what they mean by the person meant by what more closely, but I believe we're already doing that within our administration and the mayor's participation as well.
Yeah, and I think Development Services has worked closely with Mediawin, for example, on
Yes.
exploring. They were going to do residential development. They were going to do various other developments within their campus area. So there's lots of things that go on behind the scenes of cooperation. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I think the CAO and clerk should give this one a rating because they're doing all the work. I think you and the clerk should give this one a rating because you're doing all the work.
I don't know about the clerk, but I think that this one specifically could kind of come off the list because we're already doing it anyway as part of our normal administration.
Yeah, the danger of giving it a priority is that it is important, and if we say, well, we're already doing it, so give it a 5. Well, that misrepresents how we feel about it. It's carry on with what we're doing as enhance it as possible. Clerk, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so I, through you, Mayor Lawrence, just wanted to support the CAO's comment in its entirety. I think, staff understands it's a priority. We are continually in contact with these 3 particular organizations, on a regular basis. So from a strategic perspective, I would support the CAO's recommendation that it just come off the list and not be issued a priority number, just that it's understood that these relationships continue to be fostered, pardon me.
Council, good with that?
I agree with that.
Good. There you go, CAO.
Thank you. Okay, excuse me. Next item, work through existing regional municipal service agencies for development. KDSB, Northwest Health Unit, Home for the Aged. And it came from the Sioux Lookout Strategic Plan.
Okay, we have some hands up. Good. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, this looks like one that could also come off the list as we already do it fairly frequently. We're engaging with all these organizations. There's actually a number of them here that I think we could take off the list.
Good. Councillor Lego, you're echoing those comments?
Echoed, yes.
Echoed. And I think I would too, rather than get long-winded about it, I would say that there's lots of ongoing collaboration with those agencies. Good, we're taking this off the list, Council?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Through Mayor Lawrence, number 7, review housing issues, investigate and promote new subdivision options. That was identified in this Sioux Lookout strategic plan. Again, this is something that is ongoing on a regular basis through administration. So I would suggest, or staff would suggest, that we remove this item as well.
despite the echoes in our ears of there's a shortage of housing, what are you going to do about it? What are you doing about it? Well, we're doing everything we can.
It's a priority.
It's a priority. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we've done this. We had a housing summit to identify this and identify gaps, and it's just still moving forward with what's come from that. So I think again it's in action.
All right, Councillor Bath. Yeah.
Yeah, the only concern I have with removing this is that there were a number of years ago a number of subdivision options put to council from Kuwait and ASCII, and they really haven't ever been reviewed very seriously. I found them when I started in council. I found them sitting in a box in the building department's office, and they had probably never been seen by council. So I think there are some subdivision options that may still need to be reviewed, and I wouldn't want to see this gone completely because we spent money to have that study, and there's some valuable information in that study, and I think somehow we need to make sure the information that's in there is available to the public.
It is available. I think it's referenced by Development Services, and it's not as if it hasn't been used. It has been used because I think about the development that KDSB is looking at east of First Avenue is in one of those sites. The Boreal subdivision is actually with the land swap with the municipality. That was really part of spun out of that same study. Some of the other areas, what was identified at that time was, say whether it be the east end of Prince Street, I think it is Prince Street, some of the hard, high bedrock areas in town, they were identified, and so people know what the constraints, the opportunity is there, but what the constraints to development are, why those sites are still available. Largely it's because of the expense of development. They're high, they're bedrock on some of them. So to say that the study wasn't used, it has been used, and by process of elimination, some sites have been developed for alternate reasons and some have not. So, sorry, I think I authored that study, and so I take it, it has been used, and it's still useful. It's there, and I know staff reference it. So that was about reviewing housing. Okay, so any further comments there? Are we keeping in mind Councillor Bath's comment? Are you okay taking this off the list?
Well, I'm okay taking it off if we're using it. I just feel that there was a number of years we didn't use it very actively. So if you want, I know where the subdivisions are. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be developing many, but I know where they are. So I pass it on every chance I get. So I think that would be nice that other councillors were aware and did the same thing.
Well, I think people who are seriously looking at developing a subdivision would go to Development Services and talk to them, and Development Services have that CAO.
Yep.
Councillor Cassidy had his hand up first.
Got another new name.
Councillor Joe.
I was just, my only suggestion with Councillor Bath's comments was maybe we just leave investigate and promote new subdivision options, and that's and put a priority to that. But it was just a suggestion to come to a compromise, I guess. But
I mean, in some ways, we're doing that with Bigwood, there's some lands in there, and some of this is for the private sector to do as well, to come forward. But CAO.
Just to echo what Councillor Cassidy just said. Sorry, what Councillor Cassidy just said, perhaps we can take it as direction just to pull out the subdivision options and review them moving forward, and provide council with a copy of it as well.
Yeah.
So direction to staff.
Good. If you're good, CAO, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, number 8, engage public in an infrastructure open house or info session on the status of our infrastructure and how we are moving forward. That came from a specific councillor request when we were reviewing the strategic plan.
Well, actually, when I see this idea and I look back at item 7, it could be incorporated into that if we decided to go ahead, this sounds like a sort of a one education session, information session for the public on infrastructure, which could include what Councillor Bath was referring to, the potential subdivision areas. And this is really for, it seems to me this is more like community engagement than anything else. Again, council comments. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, it's a specific action for a, you know, for a broader strategic direction. And I mean, I think we could take it out. We would probably do it anyways. We probably won't be doing it for another year because of COVID. We could issue something in our communications department on Facebook, on the website. But I think at this point, it's not a strategic direction, and we're not gonna be able to do it anyways. That's my view on it. I would take it off.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Just a question for staff on this is, would a certain majority of this work and stuff like that be identified through our asset management plan? Or would something like this require a fair bit of staff time and resources to actually compile and formulate into a presentation for the public?
CIO.
Yes, we're currently working on another segment of our asset management plan right now. I think it might be appropriate at some point in the future, perhaps 2022, to have a public engagement session to explain not only to council, but to explain to the public what exactly our asset management plan is all about and where we're at in the plan. So that's something that we can certainly do in put as a priority to do on our work plans for next year.
That was my that was the one comment I put down here is if it's an open house, or maybe it's just a special council meeting that the public can tune into it and get that information as well. And if it's tied to asset management, that might be the win here.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest moving it to either taking it off the list or move it to community engagement and give it a priority 5.
Community engagement, yes.
And with I'm set priority 5. It's in terms of the various things we want to do in community engagement is, I mean, maybe it's 3 or 4, but you know, in some ways, I think the priority listing in part should come from council and in part should come from staff, like what you legitimately have the time for. It's not that it has no priority, it might be just not the top of the list. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I was just going to say I would agree with a 3 or 4.
All right, community engagement priority 3 to 4. Good to go, council?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay, CIO, back to you.
We're skipping number 9 because that's going to be discussed under community engagement. Number 10, preliminary design planning, Sioux Local Community Recreation Hub, decision to be made, future of recreation center. So we put strategic, that was identified under the economic strategic review. We all know right now it's going to be a long time before any major funding comes up again for any new builds for recreation centers. So we're leaving that open for discussion with council right now. If you want to entertain us looking at a new centers or possibly looking for funding to upgrade our current one.
All right, so I think looking for a new center, I think we've removed that from the plate when we were turned down the last time. Is that fair enough? Is it realistic? And would we be spinning our wheels if we said we're looking for a new center at this time? CIO, is that it's more like in terms of provincial federal funding, that's a decade away, is it?
Mm-hmm.
So really, sorry,
at the time when this was initiated, that was around the time that our application was out. So it, some of these items, you know, when we applied for the funding didn't come through while the studies were being done,
So I don't want to preclude Councillor Timpson's comments because I'm sure she's going to jump in terms of the recreation center, and also because I fully support outdoor development of outdoor recreation. But that is a parallel discussion with, I also support renovating, doing some sensible things to our recreation center, such as putting heat in it in the system that was designed and partly installed when the new ice plant went in 2010. We have the facility to create heat from the waste heat from the generator and heat the arena. I think we're going to be occupying that space as an arena for 10 or 15 years to come. I think, to me, that should be a high priority, heat, as well as whatever else we're going to do with the recreation center. So for me, I put this as I'm just putting it all on the table, priority one, and under this community innovation and development. Councilor Cassidy.
Yeah, I also agree. I think us being denied a new build, I think we're going to have to live with what we have, and we need to, now's the time that we need to kind of step up and look at it, upgrades and renovating and fixing it up as something that's going to last us a while into the future, and something that we're still going to be extremely proud of going forward. So I think that's the action here, and that's applying maybe for funding or grants or something to help with some of that and identify some of the needs, as Mayor Lawrence alluded to there, with the heat and other aspects. So yeah, I would support the upgrade of that as well. We have to.
Thank you. Councilor Howie.
Yeah, I was just going to add that we remove the decision to focus the priority on finding funding for a new capital build. I think we try and find the opportunities as they come, maybe through energy efficient funding or whatever comes up for green building and renovation and retrofitting to work on this existing structure. I mean, especially with the potential that we have for opportunities within the arena portion itself, we could see a lot of growth and use there. So,
further comments, Council? Councilor Timpson.
Yeah, we really don't have much choice. We have to upgrade the facility, but it's somewhere in there we have to look at how are we going to get a community pool here, so that people that do not play hockey or do not work out at the gym can have a indoor activity that they can flourish with, and something that everybody really will benefit from a pool. So I think we have to put in there looking at how we will get a swimming pool in Sioux Lookout. Good. Yeah, I agree. We're not going to get a new center, but let's continue to keep the swimming pool on the agenda.
Council? All right, so to me, I'm seeing this as a priority one under community innovation and development, the possible renovations and to the current recreation center, while we also explore possibilities for indoor swimming, year-round indoor swimming for residents. Okay. Fair enough? Good.
Mm-hmm. If I may, Mayor Lawrence, we have one more on this first page. Do that one last item, number 11 for now, and then take a 10-minute break.
I desperately like to do both.
Okay.
Finish a page and take a break, yeah.
Okay, so the next item is Sioux Lookout mining strategy to be reviewed and updated, and that was identified under the economic strategic review.
Council. All right, so I'll just throw, okay, here we go. Councilor Bath, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think this needs to be in here. I believe that this is a type of a strategy of activity that's going to happen. If there are mining companies in the area that need housing and need space, need business to work with, they should be coming to us. I certainly believe our economic development department should be telling them we're here, and as should council, but I don't think it needs to be a priority that we're actually spending time on. So I would give it a low priority.
I agree with you, Councillor Bath, in some ways. In other ways, our economic development department is working closely with the mining sector and with First Nations, especially with First Nations, and with one of the First Nations, through that shared territory protocol, and working with that, and working with Cat Lake First Nation along with a mining company. We have, it's directing, our interest in is the all-weather road that's going to service the mine and Cat Lake going to come to Sioux Lookout, or is it going to go to Ear Falls? And said we're engaged if it's coming to Sioux Lookout, and we helped to, I think, to turn that conversation so that spin-off development from a mine elsewhere could happen in Sioux Lookout. That's important. We're also looking at the possibility of using what we are as a healthcare center and education center, becoming a training center for mining is very, very possible. So those kind of things, but I agree with, they need to have attention by the Economic Development Department, but not in, and that's sort of the mining strategy, is making sure we benefit from spin-offs. I think it's important that we carry on with that, but I agree with you. If the mine's going to happen around here, it's going to happen. We need to make them aware of what we can offer. And for us, being, for example, a training center gives us longevity over several mines, not just one mine. And that might be, we could be a regional center. So it puts us in a better position for sustainable jobs in a usually short-term sustainable industry. I'm not sure where you, CAO, where you see this in terms of how you want to get direction here.
Through your worship, I believe that it should be given a priority just to establish what the priority should be for the department. But I agree that like it's ongoing right now from an administrative perspective. The Economic Development Department is working with our local mining companies on the initiatives that Mayor Lawrence has just pointed out. And I think it's important that as long as we realize some economic spin-offs for Sioux Lookout, that we continue to engage with the mining companies and promote that strategy.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I'd put this at a 3 or 4. Also, recognizing the importance of working with mining companies that are coming nearby. I'd put it at a 3 or 4 with just the aspect of being updated. And I think a lot of the work and experience that we're going through now would feed into that update and would be would make the plan more applicable in the years to come as well. So that's my thought on it.
Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I also agree with you, Mayor Lawrence, that we can be in the near future have a training facility for mining here. If we're going to see a boom in mining in the future, I think we're well situated to have that here in our community. So that's always something to keep in mind. But again, it should be a 3. I would put it at right now.
Thank you, Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I think much like the land developments we're moving forward, these are already tasks that are being undertaken, and we're actively involved with these groups and the communities that are impacted by it. So these are occurring, and I think a 3 is appropriate because they're moving forward already. We're already working on them. We're already actively engaged. We're putting ourselves out there. This isn't something new, but I do believe we need to update it and make it current.
Yeah, I think it's let's say if you use priority 3, it's something that our fingers always on the pulse of the activity, and we ramp it up to 1 for some specific opportunities, and at times we might scale it back to 5 when there's nothing going on and we're not out there trying to attract a mine or whatever. But so I think 3 is appropriate. Councillor Fowler.
Yeah, I think from economic development comments that have come out over time over the last couple of months, is that the mining companies are looking for exactly training centers close by to where they are, and I think it should be a 3, if not moved down, like you just commented. If people are looking for it on a different basis or something like that, economic development should be picked up a bit and get the information that's needed. So it's going to turn into something. It might take another 2 or 3 years for it to come to fruition, I guess, but we should keep looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO, unless I see any other councillors' hands up, do you have direction on this?
Yes.
All right, so 10-minute break. Sorry, Councillor Timpson. Yeah.
I'm just going to say, could we make maybe over break, we could think about like number 3 is sort of one something that we know is important, but we don't have to do anything right now. Number one is something that we have to get into. Maybe we could think about like, what does 1 mean? What does 3 mean? What does 5 mean? And then what does eliminate it mean? Just so that we're all using the same score or thinking about the same score. I mean, I like that idea. Number 3 is something we're doing. It's important, but we don't have to be out there proactively at this point. I'm just suggesting people think about that.
Okay, I thought we were going to say the CIO could think about that for 10 minutes while the rest of us take a break.
Or whoever, yeah.
See you in 10 minutes, Council.
Yeah.
10 minutes or less. Thank you.
I didn't. You're up here because Danny was using.
John,
Yeah,
you're not on mute.
I know that. I just said that to Myrna. I bet you I'm not muted. I will not say anything today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
We're slowly popping back in. Councillor Timpson is swimming through that scene to get back to her computer. And Councillor Fenlon, are you there yet? There you are. Okay, we're all back. Thank you. Just a quick, just a brief discussion with the CAO just now. On the one hand, this is going very well and there's lots of good discussion. On the other hand, we're going to be meeting every Saturday for the next 3 weeks if we keep this up. So the objective, the CAO's objective today is to get a priority rating on these items, and then staff will meet and develop more timelines and notes, and we'll come back and come back to council at a future date in the next couple of months, I imagine. So while I think the discussion is good, and I'm as guilty as any of you, we need to try and focus on the priority level, and the CAO is going to try and help us do that. And Councillor Timpson's comment was good. I think if we look at priority 3 as carry on doing what you're doing, priority 1 as ramp it up, pay lots of attention to this. Priority 5 is sort of, well, it's not that important. If something comes up, do what you're doing, but this isn't high priority. And 2 and 4 sort of in between. So is that fair enough? And off the list, it's not a priority at all. It doesn't belong on the list, or maybe it remains. It's just so much it's underway that we don't have to give it a priority. CAO, back to you. Clerk, sorry.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence. Yeah, I think that's a good yardstick. The only caveat I would mention is that, at the end of the exercise, if 80% turn out to be 1 and 2, that may mean that 3s, even if they are sort of something we're doing, there may be less of it if council's desire is to ramp up a lot of the other things, because there may not be as much time to continue on with current initiatives. So just to bear in mind that even if number 3 is sort of seen as a something that we're doing and we should continue doing, in terms of timelines and when that gets done, if there's a lot of 1 and 2s, the 3s may end up being in year 3 or 4 of the plan, as ongoing, as time permits, kind of thing. So just that note and that caution that after it comes back from staff review, there may need to be some adjustments in that respect.
Sure. I should say sure. CAO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lawrence. Next item under Community Innovation and Development is number 12, Analysis Report of Update, Commercial Industrial Land and Vacant Land Opportunities in Sioux Lookout. So before council comments, this is something that I've already tasked to our Development Services Department to look at all of our opportunities. A report, I believe, was presented to council either in 2019 or 2020 with reference to available lands that municipality owns, but there's a number of properties out in the municipality that we could perhaps be looking at. For example, old homes that have been boarded up, and perhaps vacant properties or corner lots. I notice a lot of corner lots that are vacant that aren't being developed. So we plan on taking a look at those types of properties and bringing a report back to council as to perhaps purchasing those properties to put them out again for sale for home development.
So this leads immediately to the priority. I was going to say we're going to assign this a 3, carry on doing what you're doing, but then there's the clerk's comment of, well, does that drop it down from the priority that's already been assigned? So how do you want to handle something like that? Let's put that on the table for how do you do that? 3 or 1? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Was that 2? Okay. I'm looking at the CAO and clerk to sort of help direct us there.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, I think that this should be a fairly high priority since housing is a huge issue in the municipality. We're doing it right now, like I've assigned it right now already to staff to do, but I think making it a higher priority will get it further up on the table to get it to council.
Okay, gotcha. So carry on doing what you're doing. It is a top priority. Carry on with it. Priority 1, council. We look like we have agreement there. Anybody would wish to comment? Good. Priority 1, carry on.
Thank you. Next item 13, Sioux Lookout Sport Tourism Strategy, Final Baseline Report and Sioux Lookout Sports Tourism Strategy. That was identified under the Economic Strategic Review and also the Sports Tourism Strategy as well.
So we're moving that to another section for discussion?
No, that one stays here, I believe.
Okay, it does. Good. And comments, council. And Councilor Lego.
Did we just not discuss the rec department? And so we've already prioritized it.
I more or less concur with that. Council. I think we've given you some direction already on this. Have we not?
Yes, to continue, but we didn't assign a priority number, I don't believe. I could be mistaken.
We gave it a priority 1 on recreation, I thought. On item 10?
Mm-hmm.
That was specific. That was number 10 was specific to the recreation center itself, not the sports tourism.
Okay. Council? Councilor Timpson. Sorry, Councilor Timpson, you're on mute if you're talking. Thanks.
I agree with number 1 because it crosses quite a few of the other pillars: community wellness, regional cooperation, and so on. So I'm in favor of that as number 1.
That's not 1. Okay. Councilor Cassidy.
This is the implementation of it. Is that the action here? Because the strategic activity just lists like the plan name.
Yeah.
Yes, the economic strategic review identified that report as something that needed to be acted on with reference to sports tourism. So it's a general. We picked that up through the review, so it's a general category or comment. We know that the sports tourism strategy didn't specifically come out with recommendations, although there are ways in which we can improve sports tourism. So we're looking to do that through the Recreation and Culture Department. So we can definitely put that as a 1 as soon as we have our proper staff in place to carry on that initiative to improve our programs and bring sports tourism to the municipality.
Yeah, I agree. I think that ties into our community development, and we already assigned that a 1 or a 2 for item number 2. So I think, yeah, we can stick with that same ranking for the community development. I think that's where our sports tourism strategy would fit.
So council, we're assigning item 13 a number 1 priority. Are you all right with that? I hear nothing else. So you've got that, CIO?
Yes, thank you. Number 14, Sioux Lookout Transload Feasibility Analysis, Sioux Lookout Transload Analysis Background Appendices, and Sioux Lookout the Ring of Fire and the Opportunity to Build Transload Facility Background Report. That came from the Economic Strategic Review that was done.
I'll start us off by saying I would give it priority 5. I think that we've already sort of put our cards on the table, and we have worked hard to do whatever we can to bring the Ring of Fire Road East-West, the decision is completely out of our hands now, and it will be made by others. What we are doing is we're remaining involved, for instance, this week on the Martin Falls all-weather roads. We're invited to participate in the environmental assessment process, and through the clerk's office, I've said yes, I'd like to be involved because I'd look at the impact on the downstream economies of municipalities downstream of the developments. So we'll continue to be involved, but not reaching out to develop. To me, it's react when we get opportunities to react, and that's it. That's my feeling, Council. Councilor Cassidy.
Yep, I'm giving you a 5 as well. I agree. That's where I had it as well.
Any other comments, Council? Councilor Legal.
Yeah, I had it at a 4 or 5, so if you wanted to go 5, I have no issue with that.
That's maybe my own personal investment in it and the frustration that came to a 5, but not. I'm happy with 4 or 5. 5. Council, anything further? Good. We have CIO. Anything further you need?
No,
You're good.
okay. Next item, number 15, Sioux Lookout Community Improvement Plan that was identified in the Economic Strategic Review. Just to let council know that plan is currently being updated. We do have a CIP plan for the municipality, and our Development Services Department is currently working on an updated plan to be presented to council.
So sounds like this is already being addressed.
Yes.
And where would you suggest in terms of, again, that struggle on priority levels?
I believe if council just provides direction to make sure it comes back to council, we'll take that note, and I'll assign a date that it has to be presented to council to staff.
All right. Do you want a number or not?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Council comments? Nope. It sounds good. You're getting the thumbs up there, CAO?
Yes. Thank you. Number 16, Sioux Lookout Community Profile Annual Updates. That was identified in the Economic Strategic Review.
Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, if I could, I would recommend to council that it be, maybe a 3. It is an important tool for marketing and investment, and it is an important tool for newcomers to the community. They do look for that. So, if we can sort of put it middle of the road as something that should continue to happen on an annual basis, that it be updated, that would be my recommendation.
Comments, council? Councilor Cassidy.
Yeah, what's the time commitment for staff to invest into updating this?
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, there's probably, maybe 10 to 15 hours of staff time, and then there's also the consultants' costs who do the actual update. We review it. We review what the consultant puts together, and then consultant finalizes it. So they sort of pull the demographic information and all that stuff together. We review it, from the lens of the municipality to ensure that things are where they're supposed to be in the profile, and that our local information is accurate. So that's sort of where it fits.
Is there any negative effects that would happen if we did this every 2 years, as opposed to every year?
I will defer to the CAO.
I believe that it should be done on an annual basis because of the fact that we have a lot of investors and developers that are interested and currently working with the municipality on a number of projects. They're always looking for updated information when they're applying for, let's say, CMHC application grants and things of that nature for development. So I think it's important that they have the most current information. So I would suggest that it still be done on an annual basis.
Thank you.
All right. Can I just throw something in here? We're currently, well, the census period was over as of the 11th. Community profile. One of the things that's featured in the community profile is population demographics. My feeling is that we are under-censused in Sioux Lookout for various reasons. Our population is reported and our growth is reported lower than actual. And that impacts us negatively in per capita funding, specifically the provincial gas tax funding, the federal gas tax funding, which is on a per capita basis. There are some other opportunities for provincial and federal funding that come out from periodically that are also per capita. It impacts us negatively in attracting business to town when they don't, when the report is bad enough that some people don't understand the hub nature of our community and the marketing, the possibilities for a market that is here. But when our population is underreported, it can lead to businesses deciding not to establish a business here. So I'm wondering, and I'm just throwing this out because this is I'm not sure where else I could, the possibility of investing. You can challenge the census. It would cost some money to challenge it, and you'd have to weigh the risk against the benefit. How much would it cost to do our own census and challenge the census of the government? Would it cost us 50,000 to 100,000? And if we brought the population up 10%, would we recover that in year one or in half a year or in 2 years? So I'm just putting that on the table under the under community profile is something that I think we should investigate. And I'd like to add it to if council is agreeable to the list of this community profile annual update, just for staff to investigate the possibility of challenging the census, the cost and the benefit. And if I'm completely off my rocker, please tell me. Councillor Bath and then Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I agree. It should be done, given a high priority. I can understand where Brian is coming from on keep a 1, 2, or 3, or keep it at a 3. Possibly, I think for the ex development department, this should be one of their top priorities, probably their top priority. So, and in that line, I want to keep it up high. I thought we already did that, investigate the cost of the census a few years ago. So I don't know if that's valid still, but I thought we had already done that.
I think we talked about it, but we never seriously looked at it. And this would go CIO. I'd go back to the clerk because I know we had discussions, but I don't think we ever actually did anything, clerk.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, yes, you're correct. There were discussions about it. At the time, I don't think there was an appetite among council at the time to undertake a local enumeration. Doing a full-blown local census, I believe, would be absolutely cost prohibitive for the municipality. Doing our own enumeration may be possible, but would be costly as well. But if council wishes us to investigate that, we can certainly do so and bring some numbers back to council for potential inclusion in a future budget.
Yeah, and my suggestion isn't that we do our own census as such. It's we do what would be accepted as accepted documentation to challenge the census. You can't just challenge the census. You have to, so I believe that I know other municipalities have challenged their census before, but to successfully challenge it, you need to present data. And so what is the basis of that data would be the question in your investigation, staff's investigation into what the cost of preparing an acceptable quality of challenge to the census. And I would say if we're under census by 500, I think off the top of my head, the gas tax kind of funds are they not in the $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year range? So $500,000. If we're 10% under, it's $50,000 you get back in year one if you were 10% successful. And there's other, so you have to have a reasonable level of confidence that you were going to be successful. That's the risk benefit that you'd have to consider before council approved doing such a thing. And all I'm asking is for staff to present a report on what it would take and what the risks and the benefits might be. And I believe that falls under community profile. And I know that's a bit more specific than prioritizing, but I think it is a high priority.
Okay.
Further comments on community profile? Councillor Bath is suggesting priority 2, I think.
A high priority, 1 or 2 is fine with me.
Councillor Simpson.
I don't think it's a priority because I don't think that we would do any better than what Census Canada does. If they can't get people to respond, how are we going to get people to respond? Mind you, I haven't even received my census form yet for this year, so they're not doing too well this year. But I honestly don't think, I think for the amount of effort and cost, I don't think we'd get anything different. And even if we did, would it be accepted by the parties that we need to present the information to? So that's where I am at with that. I have worked on census before, and they are pretty thorough, the way in which they dig out people all over the place and find them, go back and bug them till they get the information. And they say, I don't think we'd do any better.
Council.
I'm happy with number 3. It's fine with me.
Sounds like, okay, I'll put out there number 3. Number 2. Number 1. Looks like 2. Is that all right? We'll go with 2, CAO.
I wanted 3, but okay.
Well, as you know, Councillor Timpson, we can't always get what we want.
Yes, unfortunately. Why not? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this world?
CAO.
Okay, next item, number 17, housing opportunities and housing summit follow-up, economic strategic review.
In some ways, we seem to have covered this in other items.
Mm-hmm.
How do we approach this CAO?
Well, I think that in identifying other items, housing is always a high priority. So we'll combine it with another initiative.
Okay. You good with that? Combine it with other initiatives and we've already assigned priorities?
Yep. Agree.
Okay.
Item 18.
Market study report for the municipality of Sioux Lookout. So they're recommending a market study report be done under the economic strategic review.
And the market study would then be something that would be used as a tool to attract and retain businesses. Is that?
Perhaps the clerk can help me out here. I can't remember. Yes. Yes.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence. Yeah. So essentially, a market study report is an analysis of the qualitative and quantitative assessment of the local market. It looks at the size, both in volume and value, the various customer segments, buying patterns, competition, economic environment, in terms of barriers and regulations. So that's essentially what a market study report looks at.
Well, you might even look at the census and the Democrat. We might look at our role as a hub community. I think this is could be an important document. Yeah. Councillor Fenlon.
Yeah, I agree with it. I don't understand. No, I don't understand. But do businesses look at this market study? That they have, yeah, okay.
So this would be.
I think it's a high priority myself to keep it up to date for businesses and for the municipality to work with.
One of the things I think this study would do for Sioux Lookout is highlight to a Walmart, a McDonald's, you know, some of these franchises that just see a dot on the map, population 5,500. No, not enough market. But when they see the market study and the number of people that are coming here on a regular basis from, you know, in our role as Hub of the North, that can be brought forward, and then you have the possibility of getting their attention. So I'm going to throw out there a market study report for the priority 2. Council?
Yep. Okay.
We're good with 2? All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 19, convene stakeholders for community and regional housing planning, educate potential vendors on unique building environment of Sioux Lookout, lobby public and private sectors to engage in measures to improve the housing stock in Sioux Lookout, advocate the market, that market-priced market housing, sorry, I'm going to try this again. Advocate that market-priced market housing alone will not be sufficient. Investments in subsidized housing will need to be made. And that was identified through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan.
Interesting. I think just a lot of this work is already being done, has been done, is ongoing. I'm not sure. Councillor Cassidy.
That was my exact comment, was kind of how is this different from what was done at the Housing Summit?
And also follow up from the Housing Summit too. Yeah. Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we lump it in with the Housing Summit and the other items just under one concrete ranking. I think, well, not concrete, very fluid, but one ranking.
Yeah, I think we have, you know, we work in terms of the subsidized housing. We work with KDSB for sure, which is our main avenue for that. In terms of council comments, I think this is being it's already covered under other items, is what I think.
Yep.
So
I
just
agree.
combine it with other items, CIO.
Yes, and because this is continuing to be ongoing, although it's identified in the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, we're already doing a lot of these things. So what I'm going to do as well is mark it down as direction to make sure that it continues to staff. So we won't establish a priority number for this, but just to make sure that it's on our list of staff priorities. That's okay with council?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Number 20, update the municipal cultural plan. That was identified under the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan.
Did we not discuss this already?
Yeah, we agreed that.
Yeah. Oh, maybe we agreed to it when we were discussing which section this was to fall under. I'm not sure.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, yes, it's been captured a couple of different ways, and so the general direction was that it would be moved to community engagement. So my recommendation is that the discussion on the priority happen under that pillar. Okay,
so we'll just X this out for now. Thank you, and it'll be discussed under that. And the next 21 and 22 are under wellness, I think. So we're turning another page.
Correct. Number 23, monitor community skilled human resources insufficiencies by collecting the status of stagnant job vacancies from local employers. That was identified under the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan.
Isn't this the job of other agencies?
It could be, but it was identified under our plan.
Council. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I don't know how relevant this is to our role as a municipality. It should be if we're looking at monitoring human resource inefficiencies in other businesses like that. I think we're overstepping a bit. I would just say we can monitor job boards as we kind of do, see what vacancies are out there, and then that's where we leave it. Yeah, once we get into other companies' human resources, I think we're overstepping.
One of the dangers here is that I think the provincial government is moving, and because of COVID, it slowed down, but moving to centralize, and I won't remember the name of the agencies, but it's human resources, skills development, etc. And it would, I'm thinking Sioux Hudson Employment Services, that type. They're going to centralize these elsewhere, potentially Thunder Bay. I'm not sure wherever. So we'll lose some of that local monitoring, but I don't think because there's a lack by other agencies or the provincial government or whoever it is to step up and do this work, that the municipality should jump into that void. I don't see that this is a role for a municipality. Staff?
Through you, Mayor Lawrence. Yes, I have to agree. One example I think of when I look at this is for example, the funding that was recently announced or will be announced shortly. I'm not sure if it's still confidential or not, but for resource-based training in the mining industry that will be coming forward. And that was identified because there was a lack of skilled workers to enter into that job market. So the municipality was it was dealt with that in a supportive role to the Friendship Accord and to the mining industry. So I think that if council is okay with this one here, we can say that we continue to support those roles and help in any way we can to foster the training for skills development to fill the jobs in other agencies within the municipality, within the hub.
And just assign it a priority 5, perhaps. Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, just to go back to the community safety and well-being plan, and this particular initiative, I believe, is related to identifying where there are gaps in skilled resources so that the municipality can help lobby for additional training and educational opportunities. That's kind of how it was connected to the well-being plan. So while the specific initiative is just to monitor the insufficiencies or the gaps, the purpose of collecting that data was then to be able to lobby for more funding and resources to be able to be able to bring skilled training opportunities to the community, so that we have data to say, look, we need X number of people. So that's why it was in there and how it fits back. I just wanted to provide that little bit of context.
Council comments? Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, with 23 down to 25 and maybe even 27, they're not within our mandate, but they're also not within our skill set to identify some of these things. And it to me, it just needs to be said that we will support these initiatives that are out there in the community, and which we do. So I found there was a lot of that stuff in the community safety well-being plan that's just out of our purview.
Yeah.
Skill set. But anyway.
You stopped at 27. I think you could also include 28 in that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what we what we can do is we can make a better community, more parks, more outdoor education, all that stuff, so that people will want to come here. That's our role, not finding them, because we can't. We just don't have the ability.
So, CEO, I'm going to suggest that we take 23 to 28, and based on what Councillor Timpson said, I sort of agree with that. How do we approach this in terms of today's task?
I just want to point out to council, although that a lot of this is supportive of other agencies in the community, this is the Municipality of Sioux Lookout's community safety and well-being plan. So we have an onus to ensure that we are doing the things that we're supposed to be doing in the plan itself, whether it be us as the lead on this, or whether it be another agency that's the lead, or us in a supportive role. But we can't lose focus on, can't lose sight of the fact that that is our plan, and we have to work towards those goals, whether we're the lead or not. So we can certainly, not assign a priority to it, but make sure that it's a directive to staff to make sure that we're doing those things to support the other agencies to better support the well-being of our community.
Maybe look for opportunities to be supportive, rather than just be proactive, not be hiding under your desk.
Exactly.
Be proactive, looking for support, and maybe let agencies know that we will support your efforts as best we can.
Correct.
Councillor Lego.
Yeah, wouldn't that come up with our dealings with all these agencies? we're talking to a lot of them on a weekly or a monthly basis. So you're already doing this work.
Sarah.
Correct. We are doing a lot of the work currently, being on a number of different committees, different staff being on different committees in a supportive role. And that's one thing that was identified. It's just now it's in writing in our plan, right? It had to be in writing. It was a legislative requirement under the Community and Safety and Policing Act. So we've now got the plan in place, and we are working on a number of those initiatives, and some of them are actually coming to fruition. So that's positive for our community.
So can we put this at a 3 then? In the middle?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. And
Since
then
it's
I would take 23 to 28 and put them all at a 3, and with that same direction, CAO. Is that fair, Council? Councillor Cassidy.
I think 26 is the only one that might be a little bit outside of those.
Yep.
I would remove 26 from that. That should be a separate priority.
Yep, that's a good point. And I would say that in a sense, have we covered this already? It's one of these combined ones, right? That's already covered under. Is it?
Yeah,
I think
we previously discussed that, I believe. And I think it was in relation to when we were discussing Cedar Bay under 29, when we talked about outdoor experiences such as trails, parks, beaches, cultural activities,
Okay, so
as well as other cultural activities such as powwows and community gatherings.
okay, so 29 was specific to Cedar Bay. Maybe
Mhm.
we haven't discussed this one.
I believe we did that.
We've talked about it, but I don't think it's in an item number.
Sorry, we did talk about it under 21, but that was to be deferred to community wellness.
And here it is coming up again under community innovation.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss it because it's important. So can we give 26 a number 1? I'm going to suggest 26 as a number 1, and maybe it's moved to community wellness. Councillor Cassidy.
I think it belongs here. I think it belongs in the innovation and development because we're talking about enhancing quality of life with a lot of these. And I think this is kind of one area of the rec center that we haven't touched on, or the recreation department that we haven't touched on yet. We've talked about the infrastructure in the rec center itself. We've talked about the programming and engaging in the community development, but this kind of ties to both. This is about community development, but it's also the infrastructure needed with the trails and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of crosses over both. And I would agree this should be a priority 1. We should be promoting these outdoor experiences because that's what Sioux Lookout has to offer. That's why people enjoy here. That's what we can build on to enhance quality of life quite easily. So I think this should be a priority 1.
So, Council, I'm going to suggest that we go taking Council's suggestions so far. Item 23, 24, 25, 27, and 28, and put them as priority 3, with the directive to be supportive and carry on doing what you're doing, and take item 26 and give it priority 1, and ramp up this item. Council?
Agree. I agree. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, CIO?
Yes.
So that
Captured.
moves you to item 29.
Okay, 29, council previously discussed as leaving it in this category, and I believe you previously discussed it at the beginning of the meeting. We're looking for a priority from council on this initiative, and then
Very good.
staff will take it back.
Good. So keeping in mind that we've already discussed 26 is sort of partially related to this, but item 29, Council. Councillor Cassidy and then Councillor Howie.
I'm going to make this suggestion in the essence of time for this, that I think we need to have a separate meeting with regards to Cedar Bay strategies, our infrastructure, the roads agreements, the Crown land back there, how we want to protect it, what we want to do. I think we need to work through this separately, but I think it is a high priority. That's my suggestion.
Councillor Howie.
I was going to agree with Councillor Cassidy. I think this is definitely a priority one. I think it ties into a lot of the other things that we've talked about. I know we moved items 21 and 22. I think those also tie in quite well and should be maybe in the essence of time to be prioritized as number one in the respective pillar they've been moved to. But this is definitely, we could probably spend this whole day talking about Cedar Bay and what we're going to do with it.
Yeah, and what's going to, what this will spur if we give it a priority one is council staff coming back to council with, all right, here's a suggestion as to how we'll approach it, and here's the timelines, and here's the budget. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I agree with Joe, but I would add that we have to, in those discussions, we have to involve all the stakeholders out there. I mean, there's Friends of Cedar Bay, there's the Nordic Nomads, the Bike Club, the Bird Group, the Ojibwe Toboggan Club, that it not just be a municipality issue, but a stakeholder issue as well, because they all have their ideas about how they would like to see things go, and they all put a lot of work into building trails and so on. So there really is about, you know, and it's not just the facility of Sioux Lookout or Cedar Bay, but the entire area. I find this sort of strange. It says find a suitable partnership. The municipality want to suspend operations of the facility. Well, it really is, other than the stable, there is no operations happening down there. So I don't know what that was about. That
I think that's about the day camp, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah. Okay.
Clerk, and then CAO, and then Councillor Lego.
To you, Mayor Lawrence. Yeah, so it would also be things like, you know, the rental of cabins, and that is part of the operations right now. So you know, that it would involve those types of considerations as well. The only other thing I wanted to mention was, and this would be part of what staff would bring back to council, is the current actual, I guess, sphere of influence that council has on Cedar Bay. You know, there's been a lot of talk about trails, and I understand that that's a priority, but we also have to bear in mind that most of the trails that are around the Cedar Bay area, the municipality doesn't own. They're created on Crown land. We have no right to do anything with them. So as a first step, if this is a priority, I think council would, you know, likely staff would be recommending to council of release of Crown land, so that if we're going to develop trails and all that kind of stuff, that we actually have the authority to do that, because right now we don't.
CAO.
Just to add to what Brian has already said, yes, I agree exactly what he said. Having a separate meeting, I think, would initially be with council, a staff report coming back to council to indicate the state of our buildings. We recently had an assessment done on all of our buildings in the municipality, so that report is available. So we would collate all that information, provide that to council so that we know exactly where the trails are, where they come onto the Cedar Bay property, have those discussions and maybe suggestions how to move forward with dealing with how to engage the stakeholders as well as MNRF, because I think that they're a huge part of this redevelopment or development of Cedar Bay moving forward. So I would suggest that, yes, we have a separate meeting, but with council first, have a staff report come back to council to discuss all of the current state of affairs, what the budget is for Cedar Bay, whether programs are working or not working, the state of our buildings, and move forward from there.
Councillor Lego.
CAO just covered everything that was in my head, so I agree with it all. I agree with it all.
On this particular topic is what I
on
hope
this
you,
topic. Yes.
Okay. Council will give this, I'm going to suggest a priority 1 and move on.
Okay. Number 30, increase hydro load capacity. Council, there was a council resolution, CL the 239-19. This appears in the economic development go forward with strategic milestones document in the comment section. So we've identified that that's where it came from, and looking at increasing hydro load capacity. We are currently actually working on that. Our economic development department is highly engaged with IESO and with our Sioux Hydro, as well as Hydro One, in order to increase our load, our hydro to the community.
Yeah, and the avenue really is the upgrade to this, as I understand the CIO, the upgrade to the Salmon Lake transfer substation, and what we're trying to do is lobby for costs to be shared not only by Sioux Hydro but by the province. We'll see where that goes. One way or the other, that's what we have to do. And to me, this is carry on doing what you're doing. It's a 3. You just carry on. Council.
Yep.
So three to item 30 as in terms of carry on. Item 31.
Okay, natural gas pre-feasibility study. There was Council Resolution 217-15. This also appears in the Economic Development Go Forward Strategic Milestones document. And based on the outcome of the energy study, it appears that bringing natural gas to Sioux Lookout is vastly cost prohibitive. Does Council want us to pursue this?
So I'll just say several years ago now, I appeared before the Ontario Energy Board in a tribunal courtroom-like setting to appeal our cases. Our case, it's not going to happen. They're not going to spend or $100 million, which is now about the current estimate to bring natural gas to Sioux Lookout. The opportunity of compressed natural gas, which would be perhaps delivered by train in a transfer station, is possibly something. They are doing that on the east side of Thunder Bay, but there's a larger population cluster of several municipalities and First Nations. Even if we had something like that, I don't know how much, if we think what's the benefit to people in Sioux Lookout, how many people then are going to spend the money that's required to convert their electric or propane or oil furnaces and systems to compressed natural gas. I think the benefits outweigh the efforts, the benefits to the people. To me, this is, it's almost take it off the list. It's not just priority 5, it's take it off the list. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, what did you say? The benefits outweigh the?
Sorry, the costs outweigh any, but I just don't think there's any benefit here.
Outweigh, yeah. What about the need for gas, natural gas for any industry that wants to open up here? Would delivering it by train be feasible for, say a mining company wanted to be here with that? Because I understand that the cost of hydro is the main, one of the main barriers to industry and mining companies here. Is that correct?
Sure, but I think that if there's an industry that wants that badly to come to Sioux Lookout, they will work with us, or they will ask us to help them. There's that opportunity. We're not taking that off the plate. Where if there's an industrial private sector partner comes to the table and says, look, we think there's a really good viable business here if we have natural gas, then we could work with them. But there's nobody saying that to us right now.
Yeah, but and would that method of delivering by train, would that be sufficient for an industry?
I guess that it's industry specific. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks to me like it's not worth putting a lot of time into. If somebody comes along and says they'll give us $100 million, okay, but
So CAO, am I take it off the list, or is this priority 5? How do you? CAO.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, I would suggest leaving on the list, but as a priority 5, only because We do want to continue to be in a supportive role to any industry, or especially mining industry in the area, should they be entertaining bringing natural gas in.
All right, if council's good with item 31 being priority 5. No objections. Item 32.
Okay, biomass NRCan project with Sioux and Eco Village. So this appears in the go forward strategic milestones document that was done. That is a project that's currently being worked on. Sioux is the lead on this project, and we currently did have a meeting on the biomass project, and it's slowly but surely they changed the lead person on behalf of Sioux First Nation on the project, so that person's getting up to speed on it, and things are slowly moving, but we are on tap to see that project to fruition. Their Eco Village is something that was talked about, I believe, a couple years ago and kind of slowed down. So we're looking for council's direction. Do you want us to continue? Well, obviously, the applications are out and the funding's been approved for the biomass project. But what is the level of priority? I would ask specifically on the Eco Village.
So Councilor Lego first. Yep.
Yeah, I would probably go 3 on the biomass and 5 on the Eco Village.
Absolutely. Yep.
Sorry, what was that?
3 on the biomass and 5 on the Eco Village. Okay. Anything, council?
Don't you need one of the two? Don't you need them both to make the it work?
No, I don't.
Isn't that
Well,
part of
you need the source. I think if they're proposing the biomass as I think for the Eco Village, you would need the biomass processing facility and supply capacity to have the Eco Village.
Yes.
Yes, the biomass project, it does not need the Eco Village. The biomass project is the Public Works and Fire Hall in Sioux and Sioux.
Yeah. Okay.
So a 3 and 5, good, council? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And the last item is the Indigenous Knowledge Center. And that was also identified in the Go Forward strategic milestones. Just to bring council up to date on the Indigenous Knowledge Center, that's to relocate our museum to the basement of the library and incorporated Indigenous Knowledge Center on that. So right now we have phase 2 applications. Council's already supported this project, and we have phase 2 applications out to NOHFC and Heritage Canada. It did originally go through FedNor, but then their programs changed and they didn't support it anymore, and they recommended we go through Heritage Canada. So they are doing their due diligence right now on the applications.
Priority 3 is my suggestion, council.
3.
Agree.
Yep.
We're good on 3, Sierra. Good.
Okay.
We're not only turning a page, the color is changing.
And also the speaker. So without further ado, I'm transferring it to Brian so he can speak for a while. Thank you.
Through Mayor Lawrence, thank you, Michelle. Let me see here. Now it's going to be a race. Who can get through the next section fast? Michelle and I aren't at all competitive. No, I'm just joking. Beginning under, so this is the community wellness. Perhaps the first thing we should do is add items 21 and 22 from community innovation because they've now been moved over to community wellness. Just a note. From community innovation, so I'm just going to make a note of that so we don't lose track at the end. Okay, so number 1 on this list comes from the Sioux strategic plan. And lots of specific activities here. Advocate for a community pool, reasonably priced activity that everyone can participate in. If funding is declined for a new recreation center, which it is, so now it would be reach out to local hotel to establish partnership for the running of a pool. Create an alternative strategy to enhance recreation facilities. Again, the next one doesn't apply anymore because we weren't successful in the funding application. New recreation center, council has already determined isn't a reality in the immediate future, certainly not within the timeline we're looking at here, which is about 5 years. Promote and support new parks in the urban settlement area, promote outdoor recreation, provide programming coordination for minor sports, excluding hockey. Recognize that recreation facilities can include trails, stables, sidewalks, playgrounds, parks, benches, and ensure that we are servicing as many sectors of the community as possible, including mobility challenged people. Support trail maintenance and enhancement, and support upgrades and enhancement at existing parks.
All right, council, lots here, but I'm going to start off, just throw on the table priority 1 and see what you think.
I agree. Priority 1. These are things that are going to keep people in Sioux Lookout. We're losing too many people. We're losing 5 doctors this year, and we need to have stuff here for them and their children, and for anybody who's coming here. So I vote for 1.
Council? Is anybody opposed to 1? Outside of staff, of course. Nobody's opposed to 1. Staff, how do you feel? There's a lot here, but some of these things we've already discussed under other items as well. So priority 1. You're moving ahead quickly, clerk.
Very good. Look at that. We're halfway through the first page already. I got a little unfair. There's only 2 items on my first page. There were like 13 or something on Michelle. So, okay. Number 2, undertake lobbying and advocacy initiatives. So, again, many of these items we have covered. So collaborate with regional local agencies to work on our social issues. So there's a lot of that. That's a big piece of the community safety and well-being plan. I think in the earlier conversations when we were talking about this isn't necessarily within the municipality's purview, and yet the CAO pointed out, but it is our plan. And so I think that the idea there is that we work collaboratively with those agencies who are more appropriate for taking the lead on some of those initiatives. And it's just about keeping the lines of communication open and continuing to support and identify, potential gaps and, where things could be done differently or better or more streamlined. Continue advocacy to provincial government, along with willing partners and local agencies and regional bodies. And I think that that's sort of on any number of topics or initiatives. Continue advocating for appropriate homeless shelter. Continue to work with and enhance engagement with regional municipal service providers, especially KDSB and the Northwestern Health Unit. Engage with NAN and Treaty 3 either together or separately on joint advocacy initiatives. Enhance engagement with Friendship Accord partners. Work with local groups, agencies, and regional partners to engage other levels of government in talks and action, both legislatively and financially. Lobby for more support centers and services for those in need, and promote the need for infrastructure and staffing to address the issues in the region. So again, these are much more strategic in nature as opposed to specific initiatives like we had a lot of in the other ones. So these are sort of more broad strokes. And again, just sort of looking for priority on these initiatives.
So if I said priority 3, carry on doing what we're doing, or is it priority 1 to step up what we're doing? I guess always looking for opportunities to step it up. Councillor Lego.
Are not the majority of these regional collaboration? The only one that's not is working with local groups. Every other one is regional.
In a sense, they're regional, but in a sense, what we're, we sit at regional tables to push Sioux Lookout's needs.
Sure.
So it's using those regional, possible regional partners to help Sioux Lookout is really and to advance Sioux Lookout's causes and needs.
Yeah, I do agree with you that we need as grassroots organizations to band together, to put pressure on the other levels of government to get what we need here. It's the only way that's going to happen. Sioux Lookout standing out by itself saying we need this, but we need Slipna, we need Metayawan, and we need, you know, Kenora District Service Board. We need all of these groups saying the same thing, that we need this for our wellness in our communities. Otherwise, we're going to fall apart, because as a small community, we can't handle all of this.
So
Or we can try anyway, but.
Yep. And, you know, part of this has been going on for years. And I think we're seeing a bit of an evolution in recent years with the willingness of partners to collaborate with us. And that is beneficial to everybody. So that to me has been one of the most significant changes. Is I don't kid myself. I know that previous councils going back many years have done this. I think the change has been on the other side, outside of inside Sioux Lookout and various agencies, and on the other side of the table, outside of Sioux Lookout, where they're seeing the needs and possibly the benefits. So is this, my only question is, if we assign this a priority one, does not staff, I'm looking to you for help here.
You know, again, I think that given that so much of what we do and so much of our ability for success is so much related on, you know, exactly as Mayor Lawrence and Councilor Lego have said, that, you know, sort of standing up on our own isn't going to get us what we need. We need these collaborative relationships. We need other people sort of ringing the bell and drawing attention to the needs of our community. And so for that reason, I think it is really important that it continue and maybe even be stepped up. So I would suggest a number 1 or 2.
All right, I'll go with 1 and see what council says. Councilor Cassidy.
Yeah, my only comment was I think there's a lot of continue. 3 of the items are continue. So it's we're establishing that we're doing this already. I think a lot of this stuff, and when things come available, a lot of it's opportunistic. So when something comes up or an issue comes to light or there's funding available, that's when we jump on it. I would still be comfortable with a 3 mark, but I'd compromise at a 2 if that's what people felt. But I feel like this is stuff we're doing, and it's not something that we're going to try and reinvent the wheel on. It's something we're going to take advantage when the opportunity presents itself. So
I would just say, Councillor Cassidy, that in some ways I agree with you. In other ways, a lot of the advocacy and lobbying it's like tilling the field. You're educating people on the other side of the table in the years before the opportunity comes, so that when the opportunity comes, they are educated, they're empathetic to why we deserve to jump into that opportunity, why we deserve their attention. So I mean, and I found that over the years, it's been. And that advocacy spreads out in what say at the provincial level from ministry to ministry, and you sort of, if you can earn the respect and earn the position prior to the opportunity coming, your chances of being successful when the opportunity does arise, especially if you go in with partners at that time, is going to be greater. So it's not just waiting for the opportunity; it's sort of you're advocating by educating ahead of time.
yeah, that's a fair point, Mayor Lawrence. It just, I guess the other aspect of that is there's a lot of broad, like the clerk mentioned, there's a lot of broad strokes here too. So it's not necessarily pointed direction. Promote the need for infrastructure.
How about we give it a 2? How about we give it a 2
and get on with our day? Yeah, that's fine.
What do you think, Council? Anybody else? Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, no, I agree with Joe. Yeah, we're doing it already, and we don't need to initiate anything new. We just need to keep on doing what we're doing. A little bit more than number 3. I could go with 2.
All right, Council, we'll go with priority 2. Councillor Fanlon has, yes.
I agree with Councillor Cassidy and Choice Councillor Timpson that council and the CEO have to keep up on it to keep ourselves recognized as being proactive in this situation. Probably a 1 or 2 for me.
Thank you. Councillor Holly.
Yeah, I did catch most of what was said. My computer did cut out, try to restart on me, so I did drop out of the meeting for a second. I debated going fishing only momentarily, but I do agree with the ranking of number 2 for this and being very proactive in our region.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. All right. I think you can turn the page, Clerk.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mayor Mayor Lawrence. So the next item number 3, involves ensure environmental considerations are given for new and existing development, conduct biannual review of how the municipality is preparing for climate change. I think one of the notes here is, under required resources to determine policy position on these matters and implement the policy. So council does have a few policies, some that were legislated to have in place, like about tree canopy and some of that kind of stuff. There is, well, I don't need to tell council what it has. I'll stop talking and let the council talk.
Councillor Timpson.
I feel very strongly this should be a number 1. And, the pandemic is clouding what's happening with the climate crisis, understandably. And if and when there is a real global climate crisis, it's going to make the pandemic initiative globally look like a picnic. And I think that we're either going to be faced with something very serious in the next 10, 20 years or sooner, we don't know. And we are going to also be faced with strict regulations to adapt to it or to work to mitigate global warming. So I think this has to be a number 1.
And I think I saw Councillor Cassidy's hand. Yeah.
My thoughts on this are that a lot these items are kind of covered by the Environment Committee in our work plan, and which is a committee of council. So is this something we need staff to go back and direct separate policy and direction on, or is this something that we engage more with the Environment Committee on these aspects and utilize that?
Councillor Timpson.
I was going to say, I think we need more initiative from council to direct the Environment Committee to possibly be doing more. So far, the Environment Committee has sort of initiated the policies and the initiative and some of the policies, some of the initiatives. But we need council's direction as well, because we're sticking with fairly safe things right now because in the past, councils haven't always supported what the Environment Committee wanted to do. So I think we need direction as well as us providing directions. I think we need to hear it from the top.
I see Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I'm at number 3 on this. I think a lot of this stuff comes down to personal choice. Driving your vehicle, what you're building your house with, all these other things, and a lot of this will come down by law or legislation from federal or provincial. So I'm at number 3. Let's continue doing what we're doing. Environmental Committee is doing a great job right now. So
sorry, Councillor Cassidy, I'll come back to you in a second. I just want to, and this is my own weakness. When I see biannual, I always think of twice annual, but biannual is every 2 years, correct?
Yes,
So
Mayor Lawrence, the intent, so in our internal setting anyway, we use semi-annual to mean twice a year and biannual every 2 years.
yeah, it can be confusing, but it is in this context. We're saying every 2 years. Thank you, Councillor Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, and I think council maybe there could be a little more, but council gives its support through its endorsement of the Environment Committee's work plan as well. So that's the support to the committee. My only question, and I don't know if the clerk's thought of this, is how are we gauging, like, what's our gauge of how we're preparing for climate change? Like, what would be, like Councillor Lego alluded to too, there's a lot of personal choice in this and how people do things, and that's where the role of the Environment Committee steps in, where they're promoting ways to be proactive and prepare for climate change, or develop different methods to go carbon neutral and different things like that. So I think we promote it, we support it. I don't know if it's worth staff time for necessarily a full review on this every 2 years. I find it hard what we're going to get out of that. I think supporting Environment Committee and their initiatives on that, I think the better way to go forward here.
I think I saw Councillor Fanlin's hand.
I put a 1 or 2 on it. It's we don't know what the federal government's going to do and what they're going to pass down to us. Once they get over the dealing with the COVID thing, that what we got to be sort of prepared for what the federal government is planning to do, which we have no choice ever if they say this isn't what's going to happen. And I don't know how much the U.S. is going to play with in leading Canada along too, right? So there's lots of things to figure out there that are going to come down that we have no control over, and the citizens of Ontario should be aware of for sure that there's going to be something coming from the federal government that we have no choice over. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Clerk, I see your hand.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence. So currently this is placed under community wellness. Another alternative, to sort of look at it through a different lens, would be to put it under operational excellence and make the focus be on the actual corporation and how we as a corporation, are dealing with this. Are we looking at electric? I'm not saying we need to. I'm just saying, are we looking at electric vehicles? Are we looking at ways of reducing emissions from our own facilities? Are we looking at this biannual review of how the municipality itself is preparing to adapt for climate change? Are we increasing the size of our storm sewers? Are we to anticipate flooding? Are we so another option would be to move this to operational excellence and sort of have it an internal review on how the corporation itself is preparing for adaptation to climate change.
Yeah, I think there's been identified here. There's different streams here. One is individual, family, home-centric kind of preparedness and actions and accountability, and then there's the municipality itself, and you've just outlined some of them. I mean, I think about preparation for forest fire coming into town, on the edge of town. How are we in terms of forest fire protection for the municipalities, based on what we've seen in Fort McMurray and other places? What's our level of preparedness there? It might be something that we could undertake, or water levels in our lake. What are the implications for water levels for our water intake, or changing water quality if the climate changes? The comparison with the pandemic and climate change is interesting. I think it's there, absolutely. But the pandemic is sudden, instant, demands action. Climate change is insidious, and we as humans, and it's just creeping over time. And as humans, I think we react better to the lion roaring in our face than preparing for something that's out there in the dark forest that we don't see. It's just slowly coming at us. So it's It's interesting. In the interest of, I think that, could I suggest a priority 2 on this and given the discussion that we've had that's taking that into account? Council? Councillor, is that Councillor Timpson? I think you.
Did you say me?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you saying you'd accept Council 2, or were you wanting to say something?
You know, I think as a matter of principle, we should say 1, and maybe act like a 2. But I think at some point, council's got to take a position on this, a strong position. And just to respond to a few comments there, one of the things that the Environment Committee has talked about over the 15 years that it's been in operation is basically we're just trying to prepare people with new habits for when there really is a crisis. And that's part of it, that you know, the stuff that we're doing is fairly safe at this point. But later on, the feds are going to come down hard, and if the population isn't ready for it, it's going to be very difficult. So I would like to see 1.
Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I really like what Brian had mentioned about looking at this from an operational excellence standpoint and how the municipality can better itself and how it's doing. I think that's more of what we have control over, is how the municipality is operating and how we're planning for the future. And I absolutely agree with Councillor Timpson on this. Needs to be a priority 1.
All right. In the interest of time, priority 1. All in favor? I'll go with 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Priority 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's a priority 1.
Thank you very much. So the next item is undertake community safety and well-being plan with ample opportunities for engagement by agencies and the public. Undertake needs and gap analysis. Great news. We have completed the community safety and well-being plan. So this is actually something we can mark on the win side. We've done the completion of the plan, which is what this specific initiative is about. Obviously, the implementation of the plan is something that's ongoing and requires a lot of partnership, involvement, and support. My recommendation is that we list this as completed.
And the needs and gaps analysis?
I believe that was sort of during the strategic planning process, needs and gaps was identified as something that would need to be looked at, but that is part of what was covered in the community safety and well-being plan, in the various areas that it looked at. So I think those needs and gaps have been looked at as part of that plan.
And I think it's ongoing, actually, in terms of many of the recommendations have been built into this. So we're identifying needs and gaps here. So so you're suggesting that we mark this as done?
Yeah, especially because the focus is on undertake a community safety and well-being plan, and so that has been undertaken.
Council, okay to mark this as done?
Yep.
Yes. See that? Okay. It's 12:04. Do you have a sense, clerk, how quickly you can move through this page, or do you want to take your lunch break now?
I will leave that to council. I'm not sure how hungry people are, so.
Council?
I don't mind getting through this page.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay, let's drive on to 5, 6, 7, 8. Clerk.
Okay, number 5, consider implications for Indigenous people, noted as 60% of our population, of policies to be developed so that innovative policies will be realized. Approach every problem from the perspective of cultural diversity, the urgent need for housing and the need to think outside the box on every problem that we have. Cultural events, promote activities such as multicultural feast. Work with the Friendship Center and or other Indigenous-led agencies to create powwow grounds or some other locally culturally appropriate venue for Indigenous and community celebrations.
So in some ways, have we covered many of these items off on other items?
I think we have. Certainly, council has already reviewed its policy and updated its policy with respect to policy review and looking at things from a cultural lens. So that part has been completed. Approaching things from a perspective of cultural diversity, the need for housing, the need to think outside the box. And cultural events, I think part of that will be covered when we do the update to the cultural plan. I think part of that will be covered under there. So potentially satisfying some of these objectives may be made when we do the update to the cultural plan.
My feeling is that whatever we've already parsed these out and put them in, most of them are covered in other items and have a priority. And we,
okay.
But council, thoughts? Councilor Lego, then Councilor Timpson.
Yeah, just in regards to the first bullet point about policies, again, that should be an operational excellence, which the clerk has already stated that our policies, they've gone over all of them. Yeah, that's basically all I had. I think, like you said, most of the stuff's already been covered.
Councilor Timpson.
I was just going to say, yeah, we do a review of policies. I think it's probably in terms of any new policies that arise that we should be keeping in mind these items.
And is that covered, clerk, when you develop new policies? Is it not? Is it covered or?
Yes.
Yeah. So, meaning to be respectful to all these items, I think they have been respectfully included in other items. So I'd like to say that this is sort of one of these combined one that's already been covered.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
And I think I have council's okay on that. Is that we have a, yeah, yep, okay.
So the next item is multiple agencies and groups in our community provide programming for youth, teen, adult, and seniors. The municipality must reach out and find ways to partner with them. Second item, develop a semi-annual recreation program guide. Third item, hub transit. Again, sort of separate initiatives, but related.
All right, well, in the interest of time, I think they're all important items. I'm not sure what hub transit, what does it mean to hub transit? There's no, Councillor Bath.
Yeah, I didn't put this on the list initially, but I would have put it on now if it came up again. This is probably, to me, it's a very important thing. This is, council needs to decide whether they support hub transit or not. And that's right, that's all there is to it. Certainly we received a grant for $795,000, which we are spending fairly diligently. Unfortunately, about $250,000 of that is we're unable to spend because of COVID, because it covered servicing Lac Sioux, and that's been closed for over a year for us. So, but the fact is that once the grant runs out in a couple of years, then the municipality needs to step forward and decide whether they want to have a transit service. And maybe there will be government money coming forward in the future, maybe not. So really, it's beyond the money. It's well, I shouldn't say it's not beyond the money, because if the municipality has to put more money onto it, they need to decide very quickly by probably this upcoming budget, and it could be substantial. The hub transit cannot continue to operate as it is now. Period. We have one driver. We have a volunteer board that's burning out really quickly. And we provide a service to a lot of people who really need a transit service. We're really the only public available carrier for people who are handicapped. So council needs to make a hard decision whether they want to have this or not. Otherwise, there's really not a lot of point in dragging it out. So I need to get that on the table, and that one to me is a priority one for sure.
I'm going to suggest, council, that and the clerk, that even though these three items. The first two are sort of, to me, are dependent on us getting a recreation cultural manager will really help advance that. And the second one, or the third one, Hub Trans is different, but I think they're all priority one. I think they're all very important. CIO, I see your hand up.
Just to comment, the second bullet point, develop a semi-annual recreation program guide. That's something that I've directed our interim manager to have front desk staff work on at this time. So that's ongoing right now.
Okay. So can I'm going to suggest priority one for this box 6, and with the comment the CAO just made mine, but and also I think that it will be much easier to do once you have a recreation manager in the office. Priority one, all right, Council? Good. All right.
Terrific. Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. Item 7, advocate to provincial and federal governments and the private sector for continued and increased investment in housing across the continuum, shelters, transitional housing, supportive housing, and subsidized housing. I would respectfully suggest that this also be lumped in with the other priorities with respect to housing. This is sort of the broader stroke. Some of the other initiatives are more specific. So I recommend that it be put in with similar prioritization of other housing initiatives.
Sure, and in part it's covered in item 2 under community values already with the advocacy. So we can just say this is one of those combined items already covered. Council, okay with that?
Yep.
Good.
Okay.
We'll see if this is your stumbling block to lunch, clerk.
And the last item, recreational facilities and events are available to youth in the community. Social supports are incorporated into the fabric of the community, inclusiveness, community gatherings, welcoming events.
Well, I think too that this is already being discussed and covered in other items. Council? Yep. I see no disagreement.
No.
So now I'll put the question, that one very quickly. Now is it time for lunch, or are we looking at the next page?
Sorry, what did we decide on number 8? I got distracted for a second.
We decided we've covered it's already been, the items are already discussed and covered in other items. It's a redundant discussion. We've already had it. Let's take a break and come back in promptly no later than 12. Is 12:45 okay? 30 minutes?
Yep.
12:45. See you at 12:45, Council. Thank you.
Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, John.
I had a sandwich I didn't eat yesterday for lunch, but it sat in the truck, and it was a salmon sandwich sat in the back of my truck in the sun, so I may not make it through the meeting.
I actually did that once when I was working with Andrew when he was doing when we were doing blow-in attic insulation, and I brought we'd take turns bringing lunch. So one day I decided to bring tuna sandwiches, and it was the middle of July, and I didn't tell him what they were, and I just left them in the cab of the truck all morning. Well, by lunchtime, the smell in the truck was unbelievable. So we went without lunch that particular day.
So we'll know if my salmon sandwiches went bad. I think it takes about 2 or 3 hours before it can kick in.
Yeah, we should be able to get through this meeting at least. So.
Well, I wonder if Councillor Howie is serious about going fishing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just maybe he's serious. Okay. No, here he is. I never thought for an instant you were serious about that, Councillor Howie.
I wouldn't have the time.
I think we're ready to go. I know Michelle's at her desk, and so I'm not sure about Jackie, but you're
Yeah,
ready?
Jackie is as
Yep.
well.
All right. Yep, that's okay. Chewing is acceptable while we resume. Item 9 on community wellness.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. So this one reads, financial support and housing subsidies are identified for families. Mental health services are provided to youth in an environment they are comfortable in. This one was also captured under regional collaboration. So I guess the first question is, does it belong here under wellness?
Well, I think again, this is one of those advocacy ones that it's not a municipal role. This is, we continue to advocate. So I'm going to quickly suggest that this has already been covered and should be, it's combined items. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I agree. It's really not within our purview to be able to provide mental health services, but when they say in an environment youth are comfortable in, okay, so maybe if somebody wants to open a group home in an area where it's not zoned for group homes, or where maybe by the lake, maybe we have to be more flexible than to accommodate these services that may not, it may not fit with our official plan or our zoning bylaw. We have to be more flexible in how we support these programs. So so it's really not something we can do. Same with number 10. We can't do an environment scan, but we can be part of it. We can maybe get that community program or that community wellness committee to initiate it. So.
Yeah, I would put 9 and 10 both in the same category. It's under other items. I agree, Councillor Timpson. Can we do that, Clerk, and move on to 11?
Certainly. So item number 11 reads, planning in place for services across the continuum, prevention, early intervention, treatment, and aftercare services, recognition of comorbidity between addictions and mental health services, convene community service providers and stakeholders for collective implementation of a mental health and addiction service strategy.
Well, in some ways, we have done some of this. We have been if it's the catalyst to bring agencies together finally, but we shouldn't be at the center of this. We should be on the fringe in a supportive role and advocating. So I'm going to suggest again, this is like 11, and this is all meant respectfully for all these things that are suggested, but it's not. The municipalities should not be at the center of these, other than sometimes we've acted as a catalyst to help bring agencies together. It's especially true. It's funny in our community with so many First Nation agencies, where on First Nations and in the First Nation world, they look to chief and council, to their First Nation governance to be the lead, and it is the lead often, and it's so different in the municipal world, and yet we live in this 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the First Nation world, where we have so many First Nation agencies with that sort of embedded, I think, manner of doing things. So, and that's, I think, we have fulfilled that in some ways by helping to act as a catalyst to bring agencies together, and then respectfully stepping back to let others take on the role that they should have. So I think that this is like 9 and 10, unless council objects. It's covered under other items. Okay, moving on then.
So thank you, Mayor Levin. Item 12, advocate to provincial and federal governments and the private sector for continued and increased investment in resources for wraparound crisis and recovery resources.
I'm going to say ditto. No objections. Same thing, clerk, carry on to 13.
So item 13, endorse and support local emergency responders in receiving additional training on Anishinaabe culture and culturally safe training.
Again, I mean, emergency responders. I guess is this the firefighters or?
Firefighters, OPP, and paramedics.
Well, we certainly endorse and support. I would give this a priority 3. Council?
Yep, okay.
Okay. Item 14, endorse and amplify the reporting of outcomes of the harm reduction mobile outreach team.
So for council are aware, this is what we have now, and through Canadian Mental Health, the Northwestern Health Unit, and the OPP, and there may be another partner or two in Maniawin, I think, some other partners. It's a mobile, the mobile response team, I think is what it's called. I've seen different names, but it's not fully set up because of COVID yet, but it will include a mobile unit, a vehicle, an appropriate vehicle. I believe it includes 2 counselors, a nurse, a crisis response nurse, and somebody else, and they are basically on the streets in support of the OPP and vice versa, helping to move people to safer places, helping to connect people to counseling when the counselors will be available, helping alleviate challenges for people who are on the streets, get them connected to services, give them service directly, and this way both help our OPP, help our emergency medical services, help the hospital, the emergency room, reduce calls for service, and obviously help people in their personal lives. So we certainly endorse, and once it's underway, we'll certainly amplify and report on the outcomes. So I would say give this a 3. We have through our and I would say through our advocacy, we've raised awareness. KDSB has been helpful here in the Northwestern Health Unit, and this has been created. This team. It's not new in the province. It's certainly new to Sioux Lookout. But it's not a municipal role, other than, as we say, endorse and amplify. So I'm going to say 3 here. He's not asking for any further action, endorse and amplify. Council okay with 3? Okay, good. 15.
15, continue to support Makwa clan initiatives.
Well, I don't think we could not support them. Makwa clan is in a sense in a dormant stage right now. Dormant, is that the right word? Hibernation, depending on because of COVID. It's a very small group, and there are also initiatives through KDSB to have a paid Makwa clan that may come to fruition. So it's all post-COVID. I think we can continue to support the Makwa clan initiatives. I don't think there's any harm here. Is that all right, Council? 3.
Okay, item 16, continue to build on the relationship between community and police with more police involvement in community groups and forums.
Well, I think the police in Sioux, sorry, I don't mean to be doing all the talking here. They do a remarkable job of connecting with community groups in our community, and I hear that from community groups such as the shelter, the women's shelter, the Friendship Center, etc. Menayawan, Slifna. The police are really quite connected and have good relationships. And we, through the Police Services Board, are encouraging of that. I think it's a 3, and carry on. Councillor Timpson, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these recommendations don't apply directly to our particular mandate, but this is a municipal plan. You know, perhaps for all of these that we've been talking about, we have a sort of a blanket recommendation or strategy that we see if we can continue with this community safety and well-being plan group, so that, and to encourage these initiatives to be implemented and carried on and continued. I'm a bit concerned if we label everything as a 3, but maybe the overall number 1 should be that we facilitate that group to implement these recommendations.
You're giving me pause for thought on my 3s. Maybe it is a 1, but it doesn't mean to say staff has to change what they're doing, or we have to change what we're doing. It's just we consider it a high priority. Clerk, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll defer to the CAO for a comment on that.
Okay. You dodged the bullet on this. I thought this was your section, but you're dodging. Okay.
We're tag teaming. One thing council has to remember is that we can't. This is our document. We can't task other groups to carry out those initiatives. We can support them to carry out the initiatives. We can work with them, but we can't rely on other people to carry out the details of the plan. I know that some of it is outside of our purview because a lot of it is mental health and addictions, but we have to find an avenue to foster continued support in these areas, because this is a municipal plan. The suggestion that Councillor Timpson brought forward as tasking this group to carry out the initiatives, I agree that we should be meeting with them maybe on a quarterly basis, because we do have to review the plan every year, and that's a requirement to measure our outcomes with reference to the initiatives in the plan. So I think it's good to keep this advisory group together as long as they want to continue participating, so that we can update each other and support each other on our initiatives and look at ways to collaborate to meet some of these initiatives. So I although it's an ongoing thing and a lot of it is outside of the municipality's purview, council has to realize this is our plan, and we have to ensure that some of these things are not some of these, or try and ensure that a lot of these things are being carried out.
So help me, should we reconsider the priority level then?
I think that the priority level should be at least a 2, with the caveat that it's part of administration to make sure that we carry forward with the plan and that we're meeting some of our outcomes or established outcomes that we're looking for.
So with the CAO having said that, could we 13, 14, 15, and 16 and 17? I'll put that in. Could we put a priority 2 on these, council?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so change. Clerk will go 13 as priority 2, 14, 15, 16, and I think 17 will fall into. And in fact, support collaboration. We have our own collaboration. We're not supporting it with the Friendship Center. That was the priority 2 on all of these items. All right.
Very good. Item 18 reads, proactively address racism and discrimination in the community. Local history taught to educate adults and children. Racism acknowledged and addressed as early as possible. Include elders and knowledge keepers in community planning initiatives. Promote partnerships with schools and agencies. Welcoming services for children, trade show approach, community feasts. And inclusivity of youth and the LGBTQ2S+ community. Lobby public and private sectors to invest and sponsor Sioux Lookout recreation, entrepreneurship, and beautification.
Council. There's a lot under all of this. And these are largely taken from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, CAO clerk. Yep. And these are suggestions from committee members. The community
in
safety
part,
and
yes, yeah, in part, that's where it came from. Yeah. And
there were suggestions to the community at large, to the municipality in particular.
So many of there is a concern, raised through the community, through the development of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that the issue of racism, there's a perception that it has taken a back seat in community dialogue and that it needs to be addressed head on and in a really constructive, meaningful way. And parties felt that the municipality had a role to play in that in terms of, convening or facilitating or helping some of these initiatives to unfold.
All right. I'm just going to throw out some suggestions here. We used to have a Sioux Lookout anti-racism committee, which may have been a good venue to undertake some of these items. For various reasons, we don't. But we do have a Truth and Reconciliation committee. I would also suggest that, indigenous people form a significant part of this conversation. We have a growing multiracial community, which includes growing numbers from who aren't white-skinned people coming here to work and live in Sioux Lookout, who are non-indigenous but not white. So, I think the conversation needs to be inclusive of all. How best for the municipality to approach some of these? Again, are we the spark? Are we the catalyst to bring people together in committees or other agencies? As somebody said, it's not good enough to be anti-racist. You have to be proactive in what you're doing. So what can we proactively do? A big conversation, I would say, but we need to address this here somehow. Councillor Timpson.
Well, yeah, maybe we should. Maybe this is something we should take to the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. I mean, this community safety and well-being plan, it really wanted to make the municipality be basically everything to all people, and we just can't. And most of it is that we are supportive of and maybe, you know, stimulate the development of certain things. But in terms of the issue of racism and discrimination, like, why don't we take it to the Truth and Reconciliation Committee and let's hear some ideas from that group as to where we can start with this. I've had some talks with some of the people on that committee, and there is a growing feeling that we need to get an anti-racism committee, a community-based one, going again. And maybe that's where we can start, is to see if there would be any momentum among people in that group to perhaps start one up again.
CIO.
Through you, Mayor Lawrence. Yes, I agree with Councillor Timpson, although I don't think the right venue to start this off is through the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, because the racism is not just towards the Indigenous population, it is to other cultures that live within the municipality, and that was identified through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, although it's predominantly Indigenous in our community, it is also in other cultures as well. So I think having it looked at through the TRC, you may lose focus on other cultures that are experiencing racism as well.
Mayor Lawrence, through you, if I may, you know, again, our goal today isn't to figure out how we're going to operationalize these matters, but rather to give them a level of priority. So if we could perhaps bring the conversation back to the level of priority, that might be helpful.
Thank you, Clerk. I would say this is a priority one for me. For me, it's a priority one to proactively address racism and discrimination in the community. Absolutely. And you know, some of this is relatively detailed below, and may fall under municipal and may not. But I think we should proactively address racism and discrimination in the community as priority one. Council.
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay, so it's a one. Unless is there further discussion? Thanks,
Yeah,
Clerk.
I mean, yeah, I think it's number one, but we really have to think about how we're going to do it, because it's a mammoth task. And how are we going to do it? Where do we start?
Absolutely, and that's why we're not going to just do it today.
Well, and that's why I said the TRC committee, because they're the closest group we have to this. So.
Okay, we've achieved today's task, and that's assigned a top priority to it. Well, now it's in staff's hands to come back to us with some suggestions. Thanks. Okay, number 19.
So number 19, we moved to community innovation, and it was dealt with there. So then numbers 21 and 22 from community innovation were moved to community wellness. That one, the first one being support the continued and increased expansion of recreational programming, festivals, community gatherings, and places and celebrations of Sioux Lookout heritage and culture.
Okay, I'm just trying to see, is there overlap in this one or not?
I believe there is some overlap with respect to some of those specific initiatives.
And what did we rate the other initiatives, or are we just going to put that as a combined again?
We can do it that way. We can certainly add to related recreation initiatives.
I just don't want to let things fall between the cracks here by saying we have covered it in somewhere else.
I think it would be fine to assign it a priority level, and we can look at that when we go back and do the analysis.
Okay, so can I suggest a priority level of 2 for this?
That's what was on my mind, number 2.
Council? Okay, we'll go with 2 for number 21.
Great. And then number 22, support, promote, and enhance the celebration of Indigenous culture and community memorialization, community feasts, gatherings, welcoming Northern students, and powwows.
I'm just going to throw out a number 2 again and look for, you'll be looking for other places where it's covered. Some of these may be parsed out separately, but I'm going to suggest priority 2, Council.
Yep.
Okay. Good, yep.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes community wellness pillar, and I will hand things back over to the CAO to go through regional collaboration.
Thank you, Brian. Through you, Mayor Lawrence. So we're on regional collaboration, collaborate with other groups to address the opportunities and challenges we share. So as Brian said, when he first started out, I have just a few items on the first and second page because they're jam-packed full of strategic activities. So we'll go through them. Number 1, actively participate with regional groups, identify common issues across the region and lobby jointly, work with Kenora District on specific issues that affect the whole district, issues like addiction, mental health, housing, and added costs of doing business in the North. Work with Kenora District to tackle the provincial and federal government for additional funding. Agencies such as KDSB, KDMA, Northwest Health Unit, Homes for the Aged, Menoyawan Health Center, Chamber of Commerce, NOMA, Boards of Education, enter into MOUs or relationship charters with these agencies. Invite senior representatives from various agencies to meet with council at more than a delegation within a council meeting. Invite Friendship Center to meet with council. Invite Grand Council Treaty 3 senior representatives to meet with council. Invite NAN senior representatives to meet with council. On a regular basis, prepare resolutions on issues of concern with all municipalities for presentation at regional and district meetings. So that was identified to the strategic plan.
So much of this has been covered under community wellness. Item 2, undertake lobbying and advocacy initiatives, but there is some differences and additions here. We assigned that a priority 2, so I'm going to start off with this at a priority 2. Council. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, just sort of a laundry list of meeting with council. I think when and if that does happen, that it should be pretty specific to an issue that's going on. Other than that, we're dealing with these agencies and groups almost weekly or monthly with issues. So I'm not too sure if this is a staff thing, or I don't understand the meeting with council. Is that just 2 heads of government meeting together, or if the CAO can explain?
I believe, please, Mr. Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe some of these were specific comments from councillors to the strategic plan that were submitted to Tim Hoare. Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lawrence, if I can just add on what the CAO said, that's absolutely correct. And the Councillor Lego was also correct in that the recommendations, pardon me, for all these council meetings, joint council meetings or joint meetings, if you will, was to, again, just to sort of facilitate ongoing dialogue among various leadership, various rings of leadership, if you will, with council as a whole.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Lego's statement. I think these are definitely good engagements to have, and I think especially now with through Zoom, I think that we could easily facilitate these much easier as well. So, but I would also, I think that yes, having a specific topic or some common ground to have a meeting about, I think that'd be good, and even the release or just the media attention that something like that would get to a specific topic we're discussing would be worth it in itself as well as the discussion. So I'm okay with the 2 on this, and yeah, I think it's good.
Anything further, council? Then I'm going to go with the suggestion of priority 2. Unless I hear or see heads saying no, we'll move on.
Thank you, Worship. Jackie, if I can just add you, Don says he's back in the waiting room ready to get into the meeting. Thank you.
I've just added him to the meeting.
Okay. Can you hear us okay, Councillor Fenelon? Oh, he's just connecting to audio. Can you hear us, Councillor Fenelon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
We're just on regional collaboration, item number 2.
Okay,
So item number 2, explore expansion of the Friendship Accord, extend Friendship Accord to other First Nations communities. Hold a Friendship Accord meeting that includes the public. Hold Friendship Accord meeting involving all of council and preferably held in a northern community. Invite Friendship Accord chiefs to meet with council. Build capacity within our community to better support the North. And that also came out of, it's not identified, but I'm assuming the strategic plan as well. Just to update council, the Friendship Accord now is an incorporated body. So when it comes to encourage expansion of the Friendship Accord, that would be a decision of the partners to the Accord because they're an incorporated body. The mayor is part of that Accord as an advisory person, but it does not have any voting rights on the board as well at this time. So I will leave it at that for council's discussion.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, the Friendship Accord still exists. Absolutely. In addition to the Friendship Accord, there has been a Friendship Accord corporation created.
Okay, right.
Of which the four First Nations are the owners of the corporation because it is a First Nation corporation. But that corporation does not, the Friendship Accord itself, and the signatories still have our Friendship Accord. They just called it a Friendship Accord corporation. So to be clear. And for I would just, in part, the Friendship Accord has been working quite well recently because of its size and its ability to make its own decisions. As these things get larger, it can become more difficult to get agreement and make decisions and move forward. So I'm not so sure that expanding the Friendship Accord is, I'm just not sure. I have mixed feelings about that. As for the rest of this, hold the Friendship Accord meeting includes the public. Well, I suppose the Friendship Accord the meeting involving all of council. Some of these things are fine. Yeah. But the encouraging the expansion of the Friendship Accord, I think actually when you read it, CEO, you said explore expansion of the Friendship, and that I would support. Not necessarily encourage. Council. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, so would it be incumbent upon the Friendship Accord Corporation to reach out to other NAN or?
No, the corporation was formed specifically for the developments at Bigwood, for some of the developments at Bigwood.
Okay,
that's
so it's an economic.
Yeah, that is a sort of a different. It's not the Friendship Accord. It is just a corporation that's being formed by the 4 First Nation partners of the Friendship Accord.
Okay.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I think it's should be clear, I guess, is what are we, it can be misleading, I guess, is having a Friendship Accord and a Friendship Accord corporation and trying to distinguish the two. Even that perception out there is probably something that's not actually well understood in the community just because of the namesake. But even our signature, the signatures on the Friendship Accord, the document that we have, that would be something there that we could explore. And the corporation, I guess that is something that's not in our wheelhouse. We can't really touch that, as we're not a voting member on that as well. So I'd be okay with the expansion of the Friendship Accord document, not corporation. That's fine. And just maybe distinguishing the two in there. That would be good. And maybe a Friendship Accord meeting with all of council, I think would be good. The corporation, that might be something beneficial. I would support that. And my only question would be our role for the last bullet point of we're building capacity within our community to better support the North. Are we doing the building or are we supporting initiatives? I'm trying to just draw the line somewhere between the two. What are we actually after there?
Again, these through you, Mayor Lawrence, these were comments specific from council members. So staff are not entirely sure what was meant by that.
So then we can interpret it as we move along, as you move along into the timelines and notes and recommendations. Councillor Lego.
Oh, does staff want a priority on this? Because everything seems to be working the way it's supposed to be working. Are we just gonna leave it as is, or do we want to put a higher priority to it to reach out to other communities?
Well, and I guess there's the suggestion of the Friendship Accord chiefs meeting with council, etc. So some of those things are above and beyond what's status quo. Which I mean, I think some of these are good ideas.
And I would think we would ask our other partners if they want other groups or other communities involved as well, right? So
that would be the explore part of yeah.
Okay,
can we assign this priority? Priority 2 or 3, I think. 2, 3, 1, 2.
I'm good with 2.
2.5.
We need scorecards to hold up.
That's right. I'm going to suggest 2. All right, council. Okay. 2. There we go. Scorecard. Good. Item 3.
Okay, item 3. Get on board with NWMO. So that's the Nuclear Waste Management Ontario. Lobby federal and provincial government for startup funds. Make homelessness a regional issue and advocate for solutions on that basis.
Well, this is a mixed basket of goods.
Yeah.
Why are these all together, may I ask?
Through Mayor Lawrence, this is again comments from specific councillors during the strat plan process.
Okay. Boy, some of these are, I think we'd have to separate them out to assign priorities, but get on board with NWMO. Let's talk about that. Councillor Bath.
Yeah, that was probably me. And I think it's redundant now. I think we burned our bridges. So, you know, it's moving ahead quickly, and I don't think there's going to be a community appetite to get on board with it. So in my mind, we don't need to waste time on that.
All right, so if we're looking at NWMO, If I put a priority 5 beside that, council? 5, I see scorecards going up with 5, all right. Was that a
I would-
1? Was that, sorry, Councillor Howie, sorry.
I shouldn't have done this if we were voting. Should figure out something else, a talking stick, I don't know. But I was wondering if staff had any comments on the NWMO initiative in the region.
CAO?
I don't know past history, but I do know that Ignace is always looking for support from our community, and I know that it has been a contentious issue for various groups of people in our nearby communities. So I think from a staff perspective, we'd be looking to council to establish a direction as to, you know, how supportive are you of this project?
In some ways, okay, Councillor Timpson, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's out of our hands. It's going to be maybe another 3 years before they decide if Ignace. There's two communities. It's boiled down to 2 communities, one on the Bruce Peninsula and one in Ignace, and it's still going to be a couple of years, several years before they decide on it. We're years ago we had checked into it. We're not what they call a close community. I can't think of the term they had. We're just sort of out there, and our opinion doesn't really matter. So I was going to say, I don't know that there's any point in us really worrying about it, because it's not going to affect us. We have no say over it. It's not going to affect us. And who knows what's going to happen with it.
I see the clerk is waving and the CAO are both waving their hands, and I have something to say too, but I'll start with the CAO.
I will defer to the clerk because I have a feeling he's going to say the same thing I am. So,
Clerk.
Through Mayor Lawrence, yeah, thanks. So the up until this point, the municipality's, I guess, official stance has been that we are supportive of the initiative. We passed resolutions to that effect. We've shared that support at last year's KDMA conference that we're supportive of it. So essentially, unless council wishes to change its position, when we get requests from Ignace on ongoing support for the initiative, we will assume that council continues to be supportive of it, unless council directs that we are no longer supportive of the initiative, then we would reflect that in when you know those requests come forward.
Interesting. I didn't realize that council had passed resolutions on this.
Yeah.
We did.
Mayor Lawrence, some of it may have predated your terms. That's how long this has been going on. So yeah.
Yeah. My view is that this is a massive provincial federal download to municipalities where it doesn't belong. It's a provincial, let's say, I'll say it's a provincial issue, and it should be decided provincially, not by assigning it to municipalities to make decisions or support or not. It should be provincial, and let the people, let them organize the public input, not municipalities. Whether I support nuclear energy or not, it doesn't really matter. I support municipalities doing municipal business and the province doing its business. And this is a case where they're just dodging bullets and passing it off to municipalities. My view. So having said that, I'm going to propose a 5 for get on board with the NWMO. And I don't quite like get on board. It's more like the NWMO 5. Clerk.
Just as a matter of suggestion for clarity, then perhaps we replace get on board with monitor.
Sure. I mean, sure. Council, are you okay with that?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, got it, clerk? That's the first item of item 3. Lobby federal and provincial government for startup funds for what? Sorry.
That's what staff put in the comment section. More details are required. That was a specific comment from a member of council.
Start up for
Mayor Lawrence, if I may, my suggestion would be, in the absence of any one councillor recalling specifically what they wanted, my recommendation would be that we just remove this from the list at this point, if there isn't a specific initiative that's been identified.
I'm always for lobbying the government for startup money, but just for, let's take it off for now. Okay. No councillors are jumping up with a, okay. Make homelessness a regional issue and advocate for solutions on that basis. Have we covered this off under advocacy? I would have to go back and turn my pages.
No.
No?
We're done.
So make it.
Take it off.
Councillor Bath, are you talking? Sorry, there you go.
Oh, no, I'm talking to myself, sorry. I forgot my mic was on. No, I don't think we need it on there. We've talked about it regionally enough, and certainly every municipality's talked about it. I think we need that on here.
KDSB has certainly made it a regional issue and produced reports on homelessness, regional homelessness. So, yeah, clerk.
And through you, Mayor Lawrence, just as a reminder to council, council has also supported KDSB by way of resolution in a regional approach, especially with respect to a particular funding application with respect to homelessness. So
I think this issue is marked done. It's already a regional issue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, council. Item 4.
If council will entertain 4, 5, 6, and 7 have been covered under other pillars. And I believe that we've included all of these and discussed them in the community wellness section.
The council, a moment just to scan those again. And
Yeah, it's all duplicated.
I would say so. I agree. Council? Agreed.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay. You made quick work of that, CAO.
Off on this one. So at this point, I will pass it back to Brian to cover off the next.
The purple pages, community engagement.
Hey, thank you, through you, Mayor Lawrence. Thank you, CAO. So the first item, and again, I regret that this was also not a specific strategic plan initiative, but a comment or comments from councillors. So I just wanted to highlight that. And it talks about, can we find out what all the different events and functions going on in our community are, compile a list of groups and agencies in our community, compile a list of monthly events in our community, develop inventory of clubs, contacts, meeting times, etc. Examine how what was once called the community calendar is being handled now, if at all.
Since your department is identified as the lead department, can you just talk to these points a little bit?
Certainly. So with respect to a community events calendar, there is one that we host on our website. It's not used all that greatly. I think additional promotion, if we can get people to use it, that would be great. To be realistic in terms of the allocation of staff time to undertake most of these initiatives, it's not realistic that this be something that the municipality undertakes on its own. At the same time, in saying that, I can tell you that there is a huge demand for this type of information in the community. We get calls on a regular basis about where do I find information about what's going on? Where do I find out what clubs and organizations exist in the community? Where do I find? So it is a huge gap in the community. I'm just not sure what, if any, our role as a municipality is.
Councilor Lego.
Did they not have in the bulletin a list of all the community organizations and phone numbers? I remember they used to. I don't know if
Yeah, so again, I can't comment. I know that there's some listed in there. How often it's updated, whether or not there's a cost to the organizations, I'm not sure.
I just remember seeing it in the paper. That would probably be the best place to have it because it comes out weekly. So
In some ways, is your hand up, Councillor Bath, or no? In some ways, I don't disagree with you, Councillor Lego. Often it's how do we get information out to the community? And it's I often think back 50 years ago, could I go 40 years ago? Not here, but there was always a community television station in mid-sized cities. Probably several radio stations. I think to Thunder Bay there was probably 2 local TV stations and probably 4, 5, 6 radio stations. That's come down in numbers even in Thunder Bay, but certainly in communities our size, and daily newspapers as well in those cities, and that's where people went to get their information. Now people go, and I won't say to social media because not all people go there. I think there's a myriad of places where people go and don't go. I don't go to social media. I don't. But many people do. Some people go to the Bulletin, as Councillor Lego is suggesting. Many people, that's the go-to place, and it seems to fall back on the municipalities somehow. I think if the Bulletin, as many community papers have shrunk and disappeared in Canada, we hope the Bulletin can keep on going, but the Bulletin's resources are very limited. Staff, I mean, it's a small operation. I wonder if CAO, but when we've talked about community development, we've talked about recreation, community development, cultural manager, possibly. Not trying to put everything on one person, but that might be a venue rather than the clerk's office for many of these events. Maybe it's the clerk's office, I don't know. But I think there is a gap, absolutely, and I think the municipality is looked to by many as a source, and maybe we need to become the source. CIO Council.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. I think some of these things that are identified here can be facilitated through the Recreation and Culture Department as part of their, annual functions, much like the program, recreation program pamphlets that I'm looking to have staff work on. So that could be something that could be facilitated with them, with our department, in conjunction possibly with the Chamber of Commerce. So have it be a dual effort, especially when we're listing community agencies and groups within the municipality, that what their services provide. Another thing too that we've just initiated, just to remind council through the Economic Development Department, is the lookup. What is it? Lookout? The lookout on the website. So that helps promote the local businesses to get their names out there as well. But a central repository of information where it's a go-to, I think, could be facilitated through the municipality.
Councillor Timpson, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, it sort of strikes me as the kind of thing that a really small town could do very well. Like a community of 1,000. But we have so many groups here and agencies and things usually happening all the time. I just wonder how good a job we can do. Although I think, if it were a partnership with the chamber, it would seem to me to be more in their purview to keep track of these. I just don't think I think the amount of time it would take, we might not get the results, but maybe the chamber could. So maybe the strategy is to work, as Michelle said, recreation department, if and when we ever get a director, to work with the chamber on this.
Yeah, and maybe we could, the inventory of clubs. I mean, we put an invitation out there through the bulletin, through social media, that if you'd like to be included in our inventory, which we'll update annually, please submit by such and such a date. I don't think we want to become the the location, do we, for Rotary Club advertising that they're going to have a special meeting on such and such a date. They make regularly on every Thursday, and that's it. If they want to do something special, maybe they do it. Without getting into too much detail, I do think there's a gap here and a need, and we have to figure out what part of that gap and need that we can meaningfully fill. So is the item then on the priority? I think personally, I think it's a priority. How we do it is a real question. So I'm going to go back to somebody's sage advice and say, what's the priority on this? On figuring out, never mind the exact prescriptions here, but what our role is and how we do it. What's the priority?
I'm at a 3.
I see another 3. 3. I see two 5s going up. Were those requests for speaking?
I'd go a little higher than 3, maybe to a 2. If we could facilitate the bulletin, the chamber, and one of our departments, to come up with a strategy. To say, I don't know what the strategy should be, how it would work.
CAO, can I ask the clerk how many calls? How often does the municipality get requests that are related to this type of thing?
I'll defer that to the clerk because his department receives the calls.
If not daily, every few days.
So pretty regular. So I'm going to go with a 2 myself, but you're already spending time. You're already spending time on this, so why not spending it more meaningfully? That would be my. We're already expending staff time on it. Let's get it focused. 2. Okay, level 2. A show of hands for priority 2. Good. I'm holding up a fist. Good. Q. Back to you. I've lost track.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. So again, this was the next one was from councillors' comments on the strategic plan. And it says, can we find a way to attend all the different functions in the community, arrange for different members of the council to attend community events based on interest, upon attendance at a meeting or event, briefly report to council as a whole and follow up as required, ensure a council representative attends as appropriate, 1 or more councillors should try to attend each community event, reach out to community groups to better understand challenges they face and ways to work together. So this one is sort of all on council. There is no involvement of staff on this part.
You think? Just wait. Councillor Howie.
I was going to say this item kind of relates to the first item where we can use the information compiled in events and meetings to kind of guide our core group, who's going to go where, who's going to do what. I think it is important that we are engaged in the community. So I would put it much in line with the first priority, but it's kind of contingent on the development of that list and database, I guess.
Councillor Lego.
Yeah, it's also up to the organizations or groups to reach out and say, it'd be nice if a counselor would show up. Some groups may not want a counselor there, so. I don't have an issue going out and meeting people and checking out their groups and the different things that are going on in our community. But again, like Councillor Howie said, it should piggyback on the one we just covered. So once we get all that information, we can make decisions.
I think Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I imagine they're referring here to public, public events like Friendship Center's having a feast or a powwow or something, or Take Back the Night event or something like that. Certainly not showing up at the Rotary uninvited or wherever. I think it would be a good one to put as a number 1. Somehow, we could find out, like the ones that we know are public, like the events that I just cited. And yeah, if we could, divide the work up amongst us, that so-and-so will go to this one, that one. I think it would be a good idea. I think it would increase the trust of council more by the public if they saw us more out there.
All right. I'm all for it because if it involves councillors and not the mayor does get invited to attend various functions, and they're asking specifically for the mayor, but there's many functions out there, which I think that this is referring to, that maybe it could be the staff, are you paying attention? Put out, if you would like a councillor to attend any of your events to learn more, and it's more not to talk to you about what the municipality is doing, but so that the councillor can learn what you're doing and report it back to council. So there would have to be a bit of a promotion for that, that a councillor, and then council will have to determine its roster of availability, etc. So I'm going to let council assign a priority to this. I'm not going to start debating off here because this is council. I think Councillor Timms has suggested a 1. Councillor Lego has his hand up for a 5 or 2. A 2, okay. The pen doesn't count. It's just the fingers. 2. 2 from Councillor Howie. 2 from Councillor Fallon. Right now, I'm rounding it to Joyce. I'm rounding your 1 to a 2 because of the other 2s that are out there. All right, I'll suggest a 2. Has Councillor Beth disappeared? Yeah. Okay. Any communication from him or technical problems? Okay. 2 for this one. Priority 2 for item 2.
Mayor Lawrence, I just received a text from Councillor Bath. He's having problems getting in.
Okay.
Okay. There he is.
Oh, Councillor Timpson.
I'm gonna say with this one, we'd have to figure out a way of coordinating it. Like rather than we see the ad. There's this Take Back the Night is coming. Okay, so I'll go. But how can we make sure that it's distributed evenly? These things, so that's not always just the female member going to the Take Back the Night or the Murdering Missing Indigenous Women, but some of the guys go as well, and just the way in which we could coordinate to make sure that as many events as possible are covered. So it would take some thinking about how to coordinate that.
I'm sure staff could help us with that. Councillor Cassidy.
We need a book a counselor feature on the website. There's a contact a counselor feature. So just a book a counselor and it's an email and it goes out to everyone. There you go.
People do like it though when you show up and you're not invited, that you just go on your own just on your own there. They really do appreciate it. So.
To public events, not to private events, just to be clear.
Yeah, public, yeah, just
all right, so we're good. CAO, did you have a comment?
I was just going to suggest that that's something that can be facilitated through our department, through Tiffany, to apprise council of any upcoming events and find out if anybody can attend.
And there you have it. The clerk's department just dodged one there. All right. Item 2 is priority 2. Item 3.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. So a number of items here. And again, these were comments from councillors through the strategic plan process. So continue with newspaper articles from the mayor's desk with more regular frequency. Promote larger scale projects within the municipality via social media and website. Provide opportunities for outreach and engagement in the community for significant undertakings. Schedule semi-annual public forums to be attended by at most 3 members of council to have open discussions with the public on specific items or on what the public brings forward. Updates on major projects at council meetings as they become relevant. We are far better off than social media and mainstream headlines would have us believe. Put out frequency and regular good news information about our municipality. website transparency, and realistic bylaws.
A wide range of topics again.
I can offer a few comments on a few of them, if you like. And perhaps, Mayor Lawrence, you can speak better to this, but to the best of my recollection, there has been a very regular stream of mayor's desk articles. I'm not sure about. I think that they're very good, and I think that the information is great. I couldn't speak to frequency on that. I think the frequency is quite good right now. It's usually once a month to 6 weeks, but I will defer to the mayor on that one.
Well, yeah, the regularity is very questionable. The frequency might be averaged out to once a month, but the regularity is highly questionable. Sometimes I'll do four papers in a row, and sometimes I'll miss 3 months in a row. So I could do better that way. Sometimes I've often thought, I wonder, I'd be happy to take a topic that a councillor might want to promote. I'm not sure where the role is, whether a councillor could do a column. Is that something we should explore, or I'm not sure. I tried. I'm open to suggestions here. And maybe I did write with more regular frequency. Maybe I was admonishing myself to be more consistent, once a month or something. I don't recall writing that. Councillor Lego.
I think you're doing a fine job, so carry on.
Okay, thanks. Let's move on to promote large-scale projects.
So just a comment in general about social media presence. Since January of this year, we have really made a concerted effort to up our social media presence. So we've been doing a lot more of these sort of very eye-catching blurbs on everything from it's time to turn off your bleeder valve to register for X program or Y program. So there's been a lot more activity on our social media feeds. We've certainly seen a large increase in the number of friends and viewers and followers and all that type of thing over the last number of months. If council wishes to use that avenue to do things such as promote larger scale projects within the municipality, again, I would assume that they would be municipal projects, and essentially would be a development brief on where it's at, what's happening, what phase it's in, and that would be something that would require the involvement of multiple departments to facilitate that. But if that's a priority, we can make that happen.
Council? Is that your hand up, Councillor Bath? Or?
I may as well, now that you have pinned me out. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I haven't actually, but I think that's a good idea. I know other communities do that, and I think it's be nice if folks would know you're starting work on 7th Avenue or 8th Avenue, whatever. So just make a point of making a point of it. So yeah, that's a good idea, Brian. I like that.
I agree, Councillor Bath. No, I recognize your posture. I recognize your posture now. That's your thinking mode. Your hands up and you're clicking your pen because I can hear it in the background.
That's what I'm getting. Talking too long. Goodbye.
Other Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I think the articles are pretty good. I do have one suggestion. If we made them shorter and maybe more frequent, and also to that particular council members might want to do a column once in a while. I've done a few for the Environment Committee, but it goes out under the committee. But I do think that there's some room for council members to write up something and put it in. And again, our visibility is important. So I think this is a priority that we could work on. I'd give it a 1.
I like the idea, Clerk, of more frequent promoting municipal projects with short social media, short and attractive social media, and maybe a video or two that might involve the CAO or a staff member explaining projects. I don't think we can get enough information out there in different. I think we need to use different formats to get our information out to the public. Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, to the clerk's department there, I have noticed the increase on social media and the quality of the notice is going out, and I commend your department and anyone involved in that. I think it's fantastic. I think you're heading off potentially a lot of questions or concerns. You're doing a lot of positive outreach, and I think that's great. And I would agree, just rolling in some of these larger scale projects and just a notification around them that this is happening and there's more information that people can go look for, but just to get it out there. So yeah, I think that's great.
Did you want to do the next bullet point, Clerk?
Sure. So next one is provide opportunities for outreach and engagement in the community for significant undertakings. So that would be something I would be looking for input from council on as to what exactly that means.
Well, I'm going to just throw out a suggestion that as we produce these more of these, as you already are, and we produce more social media productions, whether they be graphic or just words or videos, that each one have a caption. If you wish to comment on this or engage on this, please contact. And that would be a way of getting feedback. Just a thought.
Terrific. The next item on the list is schedule semi-annual, so that would be twice a year. Public forums to be attended by by at most 3 members of council. I think the idea here is to keep it from being a council meeting. To have open discussions with the public on specific items or on what the public brings forward. As someone who has been involved in organizing and hosting public forums, I would suggest that there may be other ways of gleaning that input. Sometimes blank slate, talk about what you want, kind of public forums can get out of control really easily, or out of control perhaps is too dramatic a term. It can be monopolized by 1 or 2 individuals or special interest groups, and it can, there really is a process and a skill involved in facilitating community engagement sessions and dialogue. So if we're going to do it, I would suggest that it be on specific topics, and that there's sort of a plan going in as to what information the municipality wants to share, and a strategy for how questions are going to be addressed and answered in a respectful way.
Councillor Cassidy.
I like that approach, Brian. I think that's the right way. Maybe it's every 6 months it's a forum. Maybe it's on 1 month it's on public works, 1 month it's on recreation, 1 month it's on just administration, stuff like that, or something like that. I think that'd be that, and you can get people to provide their input or discussion formats, and then you can build a schedule or an agenda from that. That might be a reasonable way to approach it, and that way you can hold things to a certain topic and keep it on track.
Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Councillor Cassidy. I think that would help keep things a little more under control. Maybe we could have 15 minutes of any topic. We've all been cooped up pretty long. A little spice might be nice. I think it's a great opportunity for engagement with the community. I know it was a big push, and a lot of people were asking for it during the by-election. So
And maybe just a thought, it could be just when Councillor Cassidy was talking, I was thinking, going back to, say, the Environment Committee, you know, you might do 2 topics a session, and I'm not sure about spice. I'm kind of blind myself, but you might have the Environment Committee involved in a climate change preparedness session with the public and staff, and then something else on infrastructure. You know, infrastructure, either project or our infrastructure deficit, asset management. There's broad. I think if you keep the topics reasonably broad, it would allow people to speak broadly, and then they can also get specific if they want to, but in a controlled manner. I think it's a good idea. Whether it's 3 councillors, 2 I think the involvement of both council and staff, but in a facilitated and controlled but open manner is good. Councillor Howie?
Yeah, I think that was a great addition you made of involving the committees. That could also entice members of the public to engage with the Environment Committee more directly, or with the Recreation and Culture Committee. So I guess there's that opportunity as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we might have, as well as staff, council, and 1 or 2 committee members, the committee chair or something as part of it. And I see, you know, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee certainly could do some. There's some topics that might be covered in a broad way, and you know, racism, anti-racism is something that might be a nice avenue for. And it's limited. It's going to be a 2-hour session, and you've got 45 minutes for one topic, and bang, you're moving on to something either related or something completely different. I try to mix the groups up so that you might talk about anti-racism and the size of our stormwater mains, which would be who knows what kind of mixed groups you can get out to a meeting. Okay, let's move. Sorry, Councillor Fenlon. Yeah. Not going to happen for you? There we go.
I got mixed feelings with this. It's not all my experiences of it, not to get caught up in deliberations outside of the corporation. And the corporation is the ones that will speak on behalf of some of the issues out there, which are many at most days. So it's up to the CAO and the clerk to put together a scenario or whatever it is you want to do to get out, to talk out there with the public. That's my concerns.
Yep. No, I hear it. When the clerk introduced this topic, I could see the shuddering and stuttering in the way he introduced it, to his not fear but reluctance, or just experience with it as well. That it can be dicey. If it's done well, I think it can be meaningful for the municipality, for council, staff, and the public, and that we're getting information out there and giving the public a chance to engage, ask questions. So we'll see where we arrive on. You'll be coming back to us on the how. Updates on major projects at council meetings as they become relevant. That's your next bullet point.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. So on this one, I would suggest that this one be deleted. The purpose of council meetings is to enable council to make decisions. It's my understanding the CAO does provide weekly updates to council on any number of topics, including major projects. And given sort of the comment that we made before about, you know, development briefs or videos or short blurbs about things that are happening, I think that would be the better way to communicate that to the public, as opposed to there being a report on an agenda at a council meeting. You know, I would suggest we continue with the status quo of having the CAO provide weekly reports on those key matters, and that we ramp up our efforts to communicate to the public through various channels on major projects and developments on those major projects.
Council? Seeing no comments, I think we've taken your suggestion. Next point.
So the next comment says, we are far better off than social media and mainstream headlines would have us believe. Put out frequent and regular good news information about our municipality. So I think that sort of relates back to some of the other comments we've made, and we're certainly trying to focus on getting more information out and presenting information in a positive way. But again, I'm open to. I look forward to council's input on how else we could improve.
Councillor Howie.
I think this is an application of the other social media points we've made. I think we are doing quite well with the images and keeping people up to date. We added the larger scale projects update would be important, but I think we're doing great on the social media, and especially in the past several months, a lot more has been coming out of the office, so that's great.
Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I think we also always have to keep in mind, what do we mean by community engagement? Engagement is a two-way process. So what we've been talking about so far is we're just telling the public what we're doing for them. But if we're truly engaging, we want to hear back from the public. We want to know what the public is thinking. I think we have to keep that in mind, whether we're looking at having forums or social media, or even people attending council meetings. Make it easy for them, inviting, so that they will come and they will participate. So, a lot of what we're talking about is sort of one way. We're just telling people what we're doing, and when we do need to hear what they're thinking, for better or worse, what they're thinking.
Quick.
To you, Mayor Lawrence. Yes, absolutely, Councillor Timpson. This is one, initiative under the community engagement, and I think, again, I can't speak for, why councillors brought these specific suggestions forward, but I think if I was to guess, I would say that in order to have meaningful engagement with the public, they need to understand what council is doing and why it's doing it. So part of that process is educating the public, and that's what a lot of this particular number 3 item seems to be about. But absolutely, I hear what you're saying about engagement itself being a two-way street. These specific initiatives are more about communication and education.
And the final bullet point.
So the final bullet point, website transparency and realistic bylaws. So website transparency, I understand to mean, and please members correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what we're actually talking about is ease of access, ease of how navigable the website is. So on that note, council will recall that they have authorized a refresh and an update to our website, which will be getting underway in the 3rd quarter of this year, with hopefully finishing up in the 4th. And so that's something that we're always looking at and working on. It's been we're at 9 years now for our existing website since it was last updated, which is about 4 to 5 years too late for when it needed an update. So that is something that, and part of that website update process will involve community engagement and input as to what people want to see and how they want to access it. So I can make that comment, but certainly welcome other direction. And certainly this is about prioritizing again. So, and then realistic bylaws, I'm not entirely sure what was meant by that comment, so.
Well, for goodness sake, if you've read any of our laws, you'd know. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Councillor Howie.
I was just going to suggest we delete that comment.
Well, I hope we strive for realistic bylaws, and my hope is that most of the ones we have are realistic. So, yeah. All right. Given our conversation on this topic, these topics, priority level. I'm looking for scorecards, fingers. Is that a comment, Councillor Timpson, or is that a 5?
No, I mean, it is happening, so maybe it's a 3. It's going to happen, so maybe just make it a 3.
Good. I see a 2. I see another 2, another 2, and another 2. So rounding, that's going to round down to 2 or up to 2, whichever way you want to look at it. 2, 3, 2. It is. All right.
Okay,
I
so
think taking Councillor Timpson's comment, some of this is already happening. There's some new ideas in here, but it is a priority too. It's a reasonably high priority.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mayor Lawrence. Item 4, explore ways in which community can have a frank public dialogue about homelessness and racism. So this one does relate back, well, I mean, the previous one talked exclusively about racism. This one talks about homelessness and racism. So I would suggest that we refer back to the previous item that dealt with this and deal with it accordingly.
Let's be, I just want to confirm which item that was.
Certainly.
Item 18 under community wellness, I think.
Yes, that's correct.
Good, and it was a priority 1. So
Yes.
we'll say this is combined with that already. Sorry, Councillor Timpson, yes.
I'm not really sure it is, you know, that item under community wellness was referring to anti-racism concerning all different nationalities that are not white here.
So can I just, Councillor Timpson's going to say, we're combining this statement with those other statements. So it will be included.
Yeah, except that they're sort of 2 different. I mean, this one is specific to First Nations, basically, the homelessness. And homelessness comes up all the time. I think you mentioned it the other day when I saw you, people asking, what are we going to do about all those people congregating downtown? You know, that kind of thing. It's different than the racism that we're seeing against the East Indian population that's working here. So I think the homelessness in it should be maybe it should be a separate one.
Councillor Howie.
I think we can combine these because we also have the item of making homelessness a regional conversation as well. And that's already underway. So I think this in essence is covered through a couple areas.
We gave it a priority 1 under the, where we're saying it's combined. Yeah, Clerk, well, taking Councillor Timpson's comments, can you take this statement and include it in those other and make sure that we do address the homeless issue?
Certainly.
So, Councillor Timpson, okay? Yeah.
Oh, well, I would like to see the homelessness, you know, separated out. I think because I think it is a distinct issue from the other. But if that's the will of
No,
the group,
I don't think we're saying it's. I'm sorry, maybe it's just the semantics here. I'm saying it's combined with, meaning that it's not a separate item on this list, but it's a separate bullet point within the other item on the list. So it is still separate. That's my understanding of what we're doing here. Clerk, is that the CIO? Yeah. So it is still a separate issue. And it was a priority 1 under those other issues. So we don't need to assign it a priority. It's going to be under there as a priority 1. Okay. Item 5.
Okay, so item 5, again, this was a comment from councillors during the strategic planning session. Invite agencies to present what they are doing in our community. And I believe it was invite to council meetings.
Sorry, what are you suggesting here?
It's my understanding that this was a comment from a member of council during the strategic planning process, and it was to invite agencies to provide updates to council at council meetings about what their agencies are doing in our community.
So this, and in part we've covered this, but in part this would be sort of a letter going out to various agencies. Should you wish to appear at a council meeting and present, you're invited to submit a request for a delegation type of. I think that's a good reach out. I think that's, yep. Councillor Howie.
Yeah, I was just going to say this work is ongoing, and we've had quite a few delegations over the past several regular council meetings, and so I think a 3 is appropriate for this one.
I'm good with the 3. Council 3. Councillor, yep. Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, there we go. 3. Thank you. Item 6.
So item 6 has already been addressed elsewhere. Item 7 has been addressed elsewhere. Item 8 has been addressed elsewhere. Item 9 has been addressed elsewhere. Item 10, lobby employers to engage in measures to provide Sioux Lookout residents access to education and job training for in-demand jobs.
I'm not sure that's in our it's like, that's up to the market.
Yeah, that's my thought too. Councillor Holly.
I was just going to ask for clarification on this point. Would this be employers or organizations simply providing a letter of support to advocate as a joint effort for, say, a training center for mining or something in Sioux Lookout?
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, Councillor Howie, this one in particular is related more to, again, that section in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that's talking about gaps in skills to fill jobs in and around the Sioux Lookout area. So the idea would be to lobby existing employers for them to cough up money to send their training for staff so that they become better staff and better able to meet the needs, but not only meet the needs of the organization, but also from the perspective of those individual employees feeling a sense of fulfillment and, you know, that kind of stuff. And that's how it was tied back to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. So encouraging employers essentially to invest in staff development is what it boils down to.
Okay, I think that is a little bit out of our jurisdiction. I know quite a few of the larger employees, they do have quite comprehensive and thorough professional development and training plans already. And so it's amazing that they do, but I don't think it's something we can really force them to do.
Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can be going around telling employers how to run their organization. And yes, from what I have observed, there is a lot of training going on in all of the organizations. Again, we just support in whatever way we're asked to and whenever we're asked.
I think for me, it's the small businesses that would miss out here that don't have the resources and the facilities to do some of this that the larger agencies and businesses do. And that's where collective action could be, but I don't know that the municipality is the agent to do that. It might be Sioux Hudson Employment Services or something like that, where I'm not sure how, but it's not, I don't think it's municipal. So clerk, do we just remove this or?
Through Mayor Lawrence, I would suggest that we keep it in some way, shape, or form, because again, if we remove it, that means it comes out of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as a priority.
Priority 5.
5, sure.
I think that's the level of what we have here. Nobody's arguing, so we'll go with 5.
Okay. Item 11, I would like to say is already underway. Council has directed a review of committees, so this is underway.
Okay, so we can say this is underway. Not done, but underway. Thank you.
In terms of a priority level, Council may wish to add one.
Okay, good. Priority, I'll start off with 2. 1, 3, 3, 2, Sorry, that was a 3. Councillor Fallon was a 3. Sorry, you're disappearing behind your screen, your digital screen, Councillor Cassidy.
Wants to go fishing.
There it is, 3. Okay, it's just I think it's a 3 is the number there.
Okay, thank you very much. And to you, Mayor Lawrence, item number 12 reads, explore the potential of shifting the annual maintenance of community flower beds and outdoor rinks to interested community groups.
Okay, let's just do priority 5, I see, or comments? Sorry, okay, comments. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I wonder in the, I think we should, I think that would be good, but in the process, could we look at this organization? I think it's still in existence, Communities in Bloom. You heard of it, Brian or Michelle?
Yes.
It was citizens in municipalities who worked with towns to do just this, but it was fairly organized, and it's a Canadian federal initiative.
CAO.
My experience with Communities in Bloom is we have to be careful because it's a very labor intensive, like resource intensive program that you have to keep certain standards with. So I would suggest that we start slow and at a lower level with our current program, and then if we want to get into more competitive and follow those guidelines under the Communities in Bloom, that's when we explore that avenue.
Further comments, Council? Councillor Cassidy.
My only concern is about the outdoor rinks and relying on other groups and whatnot to maintain them. I just wonder about any kind of liability we're putting ourselves at and stuff like that.
Just remember though that this is explore the potential of shifting. So that's what staff would come back with, and absolutely your comment is probably valid, but that we would discuss that when we get back with the staff report. Anything further, Council? So priority level? 3, 3, 2, 5, 3, 3. I'm going to average that out to 3 then. There was a 5 in there, but there was also a 2. 3.
Thank you very much, Mayor Lawrence. And we are now into the green section, operational excellence, and appropriately so, I will transfer discussion of this over to the CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. Thank you, Clerk Brian. A lot of these initiatives under this category, operational excellence, strive for operational excellence through open communication, sound fiscal management, and exceptional customer service. A lot of this comes from our strategic plan and a lot from our municipal services delivery review. When we review it, a lot of it is operational, of course. What we're looking for from council when we go through this list is specifically, there is a long list of things that we want to accomplish, that we want to see to fruition. And we're looking for council's direction as to what's more important than others so that we can prioritize them moving forward, because we do have a long list of things as staff that we want to accomplish. And again, some of these things are already underway, and I'll explain them as we go along. So under number 1, access investment strategy for higher returns. Debt reduction plan should be put into place. Would like to get up to $250,000 extra paid on our debt per year. Sorry, that's $250,000. If we are without such a policy, explore establishing a long-term debt policy outlining when it will be used versus taking from the tax base. And the source for this information is from the Sioux Lookout strategic plan that we initiated. A lot of these comments are specifically from councillors from the strategic plan. So just to start on the first bullet point, access investment strategy for higher returns. currently, or we were working on that, and we put it under required resources, perhaps as comments. We're working with the local authority services as well with the One program through AMO, because that has, they work specifically for municipalities at varying levels of investment terms and strategies for investing public funds that are safe and secure, because it is taxpayer dollars that we're investing, so we want to make sure that they're secure. So that is one thing that I've tasked as far as a work plan with our finance department to explore those avenues. So that is ongoing. Debt reduction plan should be put into place, and would like to, part of that is the councillor made a comment to see 250 extra paid on debt per year over and above what the current debt requirements are on our long-term debt. And again, if we don't have such a policy, explore a long-term debt policy outlining when it will be used versus taking from the tax base. So that is also outlined throughout the municipal services delivery review with reference to financial policies and tools to help council make those decisions and finance support those decisions. Sorry, and staff support those decisions. So one thing that we are going to be working on, as well as staff that we've initiated or going to start from the municipal services delivery review, is a look at reserve and reserve funds policy, long-term debt policies, capital financing policies, and capital asset policies. So those are all policies that will be forthcoming to council, but we would like council to establish those level of priorities for us so that we know what's more important in these bullet points. And as we move forward, so that we can establish timelines to accomplish them.
All right, and I would just, before we start discussing, I think we have to be careful. Assess investment strategies for higher returns is, that seems like apple pie, that's easy. Debt reduction plans should be put into place. We'd like to target, to me, that's very specific, and because we assign a priority here, I think it can't be taken as a council resolution or like it. I would have a lot to say about a debt reduction plan and specific targets and the use of debt in general before I endorse these particular statements. So I just like to, CAO, council isn't giving you direction here on some of these things. So even if we assign a priority 1 to this, it can't be seen as direction, as a resolution to get the debt down by $250,000. Please help us here.
What we're looking for right now is establish priorities with reference to the main items. So strategies for higher returns, look at ways in which we can invest some. So for example, put money that we have in our current checking account or in GICs that are earning lower interest into other funds through the One fund that will yield us higher returns. So we're getting a little bit more money back on our investments, on short-term and long-term investments, and possibly put some of our cash reserve funds into some of these initiatives to earn higher returns than they are earning now. So explore a policy for that as well, and also on a number of initiatives with reference to reserve and reserve funds, debt and capital asset management, not specifically to reduce the debt by $250,000, because that's strictly a council decision.
So when I look at this item 1, I would say assess investment strategies for higher returns. Explore establishing a long-term debt policy outlining when it will be used versus taken from the tax base. Those 2 comments, I would say priority 1. But I wouldn't put priority 1 on the other part of what's said here, because I would need more information, more discussion. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I would just like to see a bit more of a balance between what we're putting into reserves and reserve funds and paying down our debt. I would just like to see something started on our debt, on our debt. We just can't keep on adding to it. The interest is killing us. Like, it's part of doing business, but for every $250,000 we pay down, we're saving $40,000 in interest. So at some point we're going to have to address our debt. And I know that you, before, and I both suggested that we may need to have a special council meeting on this topic, but that was my comment, the 250,000. Maybe in 10, 15, 20 years from now, we can get there, but we need to start somewhere is what I'm getting at. And wherever we start, we can decide that at council table.
Councillor Howard.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we merge item number 1 and item number 2 in the explanation that the CAO gave. Those kind of are synonymous. So I think given that some of the work is underway and it is of a relatively high priority, I think we could do a 1 or a 2 for both those items.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, I would also agree. I'd like to see some kind of a strategy with their debt reduction. In some way we can try and put a little bit more money on our principal, and as Councillor Lagos said, save on some of that interest down the road. It's going to give us a little more flexibility if other things do come up. We know we have a large infrastructure deficit and things aren't going away, and it just seems like every time we turn the corner, there's other things that come up that that's got to come out of long-term debt. That's got to come out of long-term debt. So I think getting some kind of a strategy to pay down some principal is a good method. I'm not going to sit here and commit to the 250. I agree with you, Mayor Lawrence. I don't think that's what we're here for. But I think a report of some kind coming to council outlining options for a debt reduction strategy, I would support that at a 1 or 2 as well.
I guess debt reduction, I would call it use of debt, because I think there's a smart way, and municipalities in my mind will always need to borrow, will need to finance certain things. It's how you use it, how you plan for it. It's sort of, it's a debt planning session as much as a debt reduction. I'm not of the mantra that debt is bad. I think debt is good for municipalities. Without it, you can't do it. We're putting pipes in the ground that are going to last for 80 years. That cost should be spread out over as long a period as possible. It shouldn't be taken in year 1 or 2 or 10. When we talk about putting our grandchildren in debt and making them pay for things, we put them in greater debt if we didn't make investments that needed debt to do. If we left all that work for them to do, then they would be faced with a myriad of infrastructure that was crumbling and breaking. Debt is a useful tool. And I don't, what I take exception to is the use of the phrases that make it sound like debt is inherently bad. Debt is a tool that municipalities need. It's the intelligent use of it that is important.
Okay, so I'll propose a debt management strategy then.
Perfect. I like that. So CAO, and you've talked about reserves and reserve fund. I think that forms part of this same discussion. Can we somehow group 1 and 2 and put a priority 1 or 2 on and take the discussion that we've just had? Will that work, council? Will that work, CAO?
Yep, that's good.
I know that we'll have different opinions here, but that's for another discussion when we get down and dirty. And different overall sort of philosophies, I think. But at this time, we put a high priority on thank you, Councillor Cassidy, debt management. How did you put it?
Yeah, debt management strategy.
Debt management strategy, sure. Are you good? And which would include reserves and reserve funds. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, we need overall financial strategy and financial policies. I just need to be a policy as to when do we use long-term debt versus when do we take from the tax base. I think we have to be. I think we need more guidelines. I would say this in number 2 are priority 1.
All right, we'll start off as priority 1. Is 1 acceptable, or is it a 2? I did hear a 2 out there. 1. Will we go with 1?
Yep.
We're going with 1. So that's the combined items 1 and 2, priority 1, with some rephrasing and parsing the word. You'll do that, staff, right? Thank you. Item 3.
Okay. Events at the airport. Explore an annual grant from the airport in the same way as there's a dividend from hydro and regional national promotion of the airport. So on the first bullet point, staff are looking for clarification because a councillor made that comment through the strategic plan, and we're not sure what they mean by events at the airport.
Perhaps what was meant, oh, there we go. There's somebody wanting to step up. Councillor Back.
Yeah, I didn't make that suggestion, but I think it's a good one. I think the airport always attracts a lot of attention. So, if we can get the air carriers and folks out there to put on events, for example, during the Blueberry Festival a couple of years ago, we pulled the DC-3 down for a ways and won a T-shirt, and things like that. People are very interested in those issues. And when the water bombers come in, or the Air Force come in with a big aircraft, maybe people should be advised that it's coming in so they can see it. People like to see that stuff. So I think that's a great idea to have events at the airport. Whether we charge from them or not, it doesn't really matter. It just shows the interest, keeps the interest up in the airport. I think that should be a one.
Council, further comments? I think I think we have a beautiful airport. Regionally, it's very significant, and I think it's a great venue and an opportunity to engage with both air carriers, people who are traveling, the agencies who are bringing people to and from here, businesses, etc. I think it's one of the keys to us being a hub. So I think having events there and promoting it is a good thing. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, do they still? Do you remember back in 2005 or 6, I think it was, Great Big Sea had a big concert out there. Is that area still available, or has it been built up, or is there a big field on the other side still that could be used for outdoor concerts?
I was in somebody's office, or no, I couldn't have been in their office. Maybe I saw it in the background of a virtual 2007, I think it was, when Great Big Sea came. I think I saw that on where I was in a virtual meeting just last week, and somebody had a poster up, Great Big Sea 2007. I think that's my memory. I think part of that area is being used. Clerk.
Yeah, through Mayor Lawrence. The areas where there used to be outdoor concerts at the airport have actually are beginning to be developed, and looking at the master plan that council approved on the 19th, that area will be developed over the next 10 years or 15 years or 20 years as the case may be. The other thing just to keep in mind with respect to events at the events air side are a lot more difficult to handle because of all the regulations from Transport Canada and so on and so forth. So I think the idea of having large outdoor events is a great idea. I'm just not sure that airport, which is essentially designated and designed to be an industrial development area, I'm not sure that they should be planned for there. I think maybe across the street at Bigwood, if there's opportunities there in that development. But certainly, inviting people to participate in, some of the smaller things that happen on the apron that can be controlled and all that kind of stuff. One of the issues with having big concerts and stuff on the other side is the garbage and just sort of breaking that security perimeter. So just a couple of logistical things to keep in mind on that front.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the second bullet point.
Explore an annual grant program from the airport in the same way as there is a dividend from Sioux Hydro. So currently, we bill the airport budget for staff resource and time to support the airport operations to the tune of approximately $100,000. So that is $100,000 that comes directly from that source of funds into the municipal coffers. So I'm not sure if council's looking for more, or whoever made this comment, what councillor made this comment, but what specifically they're looking for. But we just wanted to advise council that right now there is a transfer of approximately $100,000 for staff support for airport operations.
I think given COVID times, the difficulties the airport's gone through, I'm sure this was written pre-COVID, but Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I have asked about this several times, and probably was the person who put this in at the strat plan time. Yeah, I think it's worthwhile that sure we bill for their operations, but I think we should be looking at, can we be part of the profits when there is profits? Not just, being paid for our services is fair enough, but if they're making good profits, we put a lot of work into making some of those happen, and we own it. So I think it's worth it. I think it's worth exploring.
Yeah, and the word is explore. So that's the Councillor Cassidy.
I guess the word's explore. I don't think that's worth exploring, but I think the airport, if it didn't have the setup it did now and it wasn't able to have such flush reserves and reserve funds up there, I think it would have been in a lot tougher situation, and it would have been coming to the municipality looking for dollars. The airport is different than a utility. It's a service center. It needs to constantly improve. It needs to upgrade. It needs those funds. I don't have any appetite to explore a payment any further than what's already arranged from the airport.
Councillor Bath.
Yeah, I agree completely with Councillor Cassidy on that one. I don't want to be touching their chances of putting money in reserves. If we'd been taking their money now with COVID, that we would be paying them to stay open. We don't want to be in that situation. I think there's the fact of what they bring to the town. I don't think it's a profit per se that they have. They bring a lot to the community, and if we make the airport not profitable, I guess we could say, there's other airports in the vicinity and in the area we could quite happily take our business. So we do not want to jeopardize that.
Councillor Cassidy, nope. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, just on all three bullet points, I'm sitting at a priority 3. Event COVID shut down everything, probably for the next year anyway, at least I would think. We are getting some money from the airport to cover fees or staff. Promotion regionally, I don't know if we're doing anything right now, but if we are, continue doing what we're doing.
So to keep the conversation or us moving along, we've had a suggestion of priority 3 on all items here. And with the emphasis, it is explore an annual grant. We're not saying, and the exploration could be quite brief or not. Priority 3. Councillor Fenlon, did you have a comment?
Yes. On the airport, I think we should leave well enough alone. The airport has done very good. I think the project to rebuild the airport was $4 million on the municipal side, and I think it's worked quite well for us. And with COVID right now, they're behind. They're not making what they used to be, and I think if we started taking money away from them, and the next 20-year project might not be obtainable by the municipality for the airport. And as we move on within the next 4, 5, 6 years, I think the airport is going to turn itself into a busy spot again, and we can look at it then once we're over that. I guess that's what I say anyways.
I think the exploration might be useful as an information tool. If it shows that they can pay us a dividend, wonderful. But if it shows that they can't, here's the reasons why, and here's what the airport does. So I think there could be a useful council and public information tool of that exploration, keeping it to not a full, just it could be a brief exploration that could come up with, I think, some good information. That's my thought. So I'd like to see it stay in there. Priority 3.
Yeah.
Is that Councillor Timpson to comment or? Yeah.
I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, it would be like if Hydro didn't make any money in a year, we wouldn't get a dividend. And if the airport were to lose money that year, we wouldn't get a dividend. It would be just something to explore for when they are doing very well, that we would get a dividend. So, yeah.
I think there'll be more factors come into play there, especially given the rather large debt. I think it was actually $7 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the airport went up to going into long-term debt to pay for the air terminal expansion. So there's that debt that needs to be paid as well. But anyway, priority 3, acceptable? Yes. Item 4.
Okay, item number 4, explore raising user fees. So just to put a little bit of context, it's been something that's been on the agenda for a couple years, and our treasurer is currently working on a new fees and charges bylaw for all departments to consolidate all the fees and charges into one bylaw that can be. There's certain bylaws that, for example, cemetery will be kept separate because it's specific to cemetery regulation. But we're working on a comprehensive user fees and charges bylaw that I believe is coming forward to council in June. And part of that is we're looking at ways to also increase our revenues for charges that other municipalities that are currently doing that we are not. And updating those fees as well for various departments. So that will be presented to council in the near future. So that's actually being done right now and be coming forward to council.
And because it's been on our to-do list for some time, can we say it's a priority 1?
Sure.
Council, priority 1 on this, and because staff is already doing it, we're not changing their 1. Okay, good. Item 5.
Item 5, I believe, was covered under community engagement. Right? Fine. Okay.
Yep.
Item number 6, ensure the municipality's performance management program is consistently applied across the organization, in particular non-management personnel. A performance management system is critical to effective and efficient delivery of municipal services. The intent of a performance management system is also to provide to effectively evaluate the performance of staff where an employee's performance is discussed in a meaningful way. Areas where employees excel and/or require attention should be discussed with plans to address those areas which need to be improved. Flowing from the point above, ensure participants in the performance management program have access to training opportunities to foster growth and/or address potential deficiencies. And the last bullet is explore the potential of formal succession planning within the organization to assist in the development. And I ran out of room there. We didn't expand that cell, but basically put in a succession planning process for the municipality. Those were initiatives identified under the Municipal Services Delivery Review. And just to advise council that one thing that was identified when the consultant interviewed each of the managers in their departments, it was discovered that some were not doing their performance appraisals with staff on a regular basis. So that is something that, as far as operational excellence goes, is that myself and the Human Resources Department will be working with our management team to ensure that their performance appraisals are done. And also we are looking to bring back a formal succession planning report to council because we do have some senior staff that are looking to retire. So we're going to be bringing that forward as well to council I'd say I say near future, depends on your priorities.
I'm going to suggest this is a priority 1, and if council feels the same way, then we've told staff everything we need to tell them, I think. I have a 2, a 2, a 1, a 2, a 2. So I have 4 2s and 2 1s. And the 2s will take it. Priority 2.
Okay. Number 7, review the
Just before,
municipal.
sorry, CEO,
Oh,
can I, we're obviously not going to complete by 3 o'clock. There's 43 items in operational excellence, unless you can tell me you have a secret plan. I don't think we'll complete by 3. Is that correct?
Probably not.
Okay, that wasn't a definitely, that was a probably, but I think, could I say definitely not? Do you think, I don't, given what's ahead of us, how long do you think it'll take?
A lot of this stuff that's been identified moving forward, a lot of this stuff I can summarize very quickly because we've already initiated a lot of this stuff. So when we started the municipal services delivery review, and that's where a lot of this is coming from, a lot of the initiatives were already in progress when the consultant started. He just identified them to make sure that we were following through on them. So I think that we can get through that fairly quickly if council's willing to stay a bit
Okay.
longer.
Fairly quickly, I'm going to throw it out to council. Are you willing to stay until 4 o'clock if required at the latest?
Yes.
No later than 4.
Yes.
And with the intention of completing all of this and hopefully before 4. Council, are you okay with 4 o'clock?
Yes, I am.
Okay, it looks like we'll have a quorum to go to 4. So take it away, but you don't have to use all the time, CIO.
Can we take a little break?
Yeah, good idea. Yep. 5-minute break, back at 5 to 3.
Okay, how do you do this?
The sun is still shining out there, unfortunately. You know, 2 weeks ago, when you called this meeting, about 2 weeks ago, the weather forecast, the 14-day forecast, had this as the worst day in the 2 weeks, and it stayed that way up until 2 or 3 days ago when they changed the forecast, which is too bad.
I had my request into Environment Canada, but it wasn't granted this time.
Well, the good thing is that it's May the 15th and the sun probably doesn't set until 8:30, 8:40. I can't remember, what are we at now, 8:30? So even at 4 o'clock, we'll still have 4 hours of sunlight.
Brian, can
Yeah,
you call me really quickly on my cell phone
of course.
or on our phones?
I'll just give, council will just give CAO a few minutes. She was trying to or look ahead and make some notes on the items so that she could be just a little bit more organized and efficient with use of time as we go through these items. I'm guessing that's what she's consulting Brian about right now. All set?
Mhm.
Very good. So I think we're on item 7, if I'm not mistaken, on operational excellence.
Okay, review of municipalities delegation of authority bylaw. So currently staff are working on a new procurement bylaw that's going to be updated, and that works part and parcel with the delegation of authority bylaw because they interlink. So that will be coming forward to council in the near future. So if council's amenable, we'll put that as priority number 1.
Amenable. I see ones going up. We can't argue with that.
Okay.
Good.
Number 8, explore the establishment of capital levy for the purpose of creating another revenue stream for the municipality's capital need. So I would like to combine that with item number 1 as part of the corporate finance policies to be reviewed at that time.
With item number 1 of operational excellence.
Yes.
Well, that seems fair enough, council. That's good. So that would become a priority 1 under item 1.
Correct.
Very good. I see no objections.
Okay. Number 10, the implementation of a pilot project for bi-weekly residential garbage collection for the winter months. That was a recommendation through the Municipal Services Delivery Review. I'll leave that to council to discuss at this point.
You want us to discuss the priority of it, correct?
Correct.
Because there's quite a discussion to be had around the item. It's the priority of it. And are you telling me the staff is already doing this?
No, do you want staff to do it?
I see. Okay.
First of all.
All right. Then I'm going to start off with the priority 5 myself, but council. Does anybody want to elevate the priority of this item?
Yep.
Sorry, did you have to lean back a little bit, Councillor Timpson? Your left hand is disappearing from the screen. There we go. Thank you. Councillor Timpson.
Yeah, I'd like to see it given a try. I mean, it'll be a money-saving matter. Might encourage people to recycle more and to compost more. Myself, if I put out 1 bag a month, that's a lot. So, I know families are much more, but again, a trial, specific area, and give it a try and see what happens.
Councillor Nagel.
Yeah, I would agree. I just sort of looked and saw it was for the winter months only. So most of the garbage that goes outside will be frozen anyway. It's not like it's going to be sitting there for 2 weeks in the summer. So I would give it a 3 instead of a 5.
without getting into the discussion of the item, which would come up in when we discuss it, there are certain parts of town and certain income sectors where this would be a disaster for them and for the municipality by weekly clinic. So it needs to be looked at seriously and by different parts of town. It might work in some parts of town for some demographic sectors, but it would not work for anybody's benefit in others, in my opinion. But
I'm just thinking about myself, so
yeah,
how I do it.
you have to think about the municipality as a whole, Councillor. That's
Yeah.
our job.
I know.
I know you do. I know you do. Councillor Fallon, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Yes. Am I on? Yes. We looked at this, I don't know, quite a few years ago about doing it every second week, and it's not practical because, like you said, there's a lot of families out there that produce a fair amount of garbage, and they don't have places for it, so it just gets carried away outside and stuff like that, and you still have ravens in the wintertime looking for something. Oh, no, I think I'll give it a 5, and that's where it'll stay, because it's been run through before, and I don't think anything has changed that much. I mean, we do a good job.
Oh, sorry.
But that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Bath. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had your hand up.
Nope.
Okay. Any further comments? So I'll start with that priority 5 and see if how many think that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Councillor, priority 5.
Item number 11, explore the potential creation of a municipal service corporation for the purposes of the Sioux Lookout Municipal Airport and Economic Development Corporation.
Does this mean one corporation for both of them or one for each of them?
Each.
2, so 2, 1 for each. Thank you, just to be clear. And we want to look at these together. Council comments or CIO, anything further to add?
Go ahead, Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lawrence. So just to clarify, the Economic Development Commission is presently a municipal services corporation. It just isn't used that way. So it would be a matter of council sort of going through the process of actually hiving it off and making it its own corporation. The paperwork, if you will, is in place for that. With respect to the Sioux Lookout Municipal Airport, I know there was some discussion earlier about the airport and sort of talking about it as if it's a third-party entity. It's just another line department like every other department. It used to have a municipal services corporation. It used to be its own entity that was owned by the municipality. However, that was dissolved probably close to a decade ago because it was deemed to be inefficient and not meeting the needs of the airport operations. So I just wanted to share that background with you.
CAO.
And to just add a little bit more clarity in our discussions through the Municipal Services Delivery Review, the consultant, one of the reasons why he suggested that the Sioux Lookout Municipal Airport perhaps be an entity on its own, save and accept the history where it was, and then it was decided to bring it back into the municipal fold. He indicated that it may assist the municipality moving forward with our debt load, because when we go to do certain activities or certain capital items, it may in the future inhibit our ability to borrow money. That was his one, not a huge concern, but one thing he pointed out, and that's why he said that that could be a possibility to make it its own corporation.
I realized when I read these that I have a reaction that is similar to sometimes the public reacts to our statutory public meetings, that why would they even consider this, or why are they talking about this, or assuming that we've already approved it. It's explore the potential for the creation of, and it's just exploring the potential, whether, so we're not deciding that this is what we want, we're exploring the potential and the benefits. So having said that, and recognizing that we're not saying we're going to create these, we're going to explore the potential of it. prioritization of these items, council? 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I'm seeing fives all the way around. Councilor Timpson, is that a 5 or was that a discussion?
I think it's worth exploring. I mean, not immediately, but at some point, I think it's worth looking at. Maybe a 3. So
Councilor Cassidy.
I would be on board with a 5 for the airport, but potentially a 3 for the ACDev Commission or the ACDev Corporation. That would be my take. I'd split the two up a little bit and have a different priority.
All right, I'll go through Economic Development Corporation. 5, 4, 3. Economic Development only. 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, 3 for the Economic Development. Airport. 5. I see 1, 2, 3. I see a 4. I'm going to go with 5. I see another 5. So 5. It's on the table, but the priority is when we get around to it.
Okay, thank you. Number 12, that was captured under item number 29 under community innovation, so that's been taken care of. 13, the potential of shifting building services to a full cost recovery model. This is twofold. We want to know whether or not council's got the appetite for that, and if you do, then we will prioritize it to determine how important that is to council that to come forward.
I guess it's in some ways asking me to comment on things that we don't have all the information on, but that's the whole idea of exploring it. I wish I had some idea of how far away it is from cost recovery right now, but I would say it's worthwhile exploring. So I like a 3, a 2, 2. So I think you could say yes, 2.
Okay, thank you. 14, but formal budget process. So as council's already aware, that came out as our through our municipal services delivery review. We did significantly improve upon our budget process in the meetings, in the information that was presented to council this past year, and in the timeliness of the budget. We passed it fairly early in the year. And as a side note, I'm happy to report that it will also be on the agenda, the financial statements for May this year, which is great. We've even improved on our year end despite COVID and having to do everything remotely. And I'm just going to put in a little plug there to our finance manager, our treasurer, Carly, and her staff. They've done a remarkable job over the last 6 months in bringing some of these processes along and reporting, having better reporting to council. So that being said, we have a draft report policy, we will report and draft a policy to council with reference to a formal budget process. So that will be forthcoming. I just need to know what priority that is for council.
Sorry, what did you say? Could you repeat what you're going to bring to council?
A budget policy, so that council's aware of the budget, the policy, and so we have something formalized in writing.
A budget process policy.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Priority 1, I see. Priority 2. Priority 2. 1, 2, 1. I think the ones have it.
Okay. The next item under 15, reserve and reserve fund policy, that was kind of covered under item number 1 in this section. So we will refer back to 1, and I believe the priority established for that was a 1.
Yes.
Number 16, that was also covered under item number 1, debt policy.
Yep.
Number 17, purchasing policy. If it's okay with council, we're going to add that to item number 7, because I spoke to the under item number 7, I believe that was the delegation of authority bylaw that goes is kind of married to the purchasing policy, and that will be coming forward in June.
Does the purchasing policy I see some distinct items here. Personally, in terms of a procurement policy, is this
That's the same.
and it will cover not only the authority to do so, but I'm thinking about the scope of procurement. When is local only applicable, if ever? When is probably never, but when is what level do you need to use the different methodologies? That's all covered in that?
Yes. So we currently have our procurement policy and we're updating it. It's, I believe, a very, very old policy and it needs to be brought up to date. And so we're currently working on that to bring it to council. I believe the treasurer has it scheduled for the June meeting.
Okay, and I would just say that the procurement policy is a very, to bring this forward, it's a useful time to do public education on why we do things in the way we do in terms of procurement. If we can't go local only, why not? How we can favor local if we can, etc. So, sorry, just some editorial comments there. But there is an opportunity for some good information to put out there at that time. So this is included in item 7, you're saying?
Well, I'm asking to include it with item 7 because we're also updating the delegation of authority bylaw and they have to speak to each other. So they'll be coming to council together. So I'm just saying if council's okay to this, we'll just move this with item 7 and put them together.
And it has a priority 1.
Correct.
Councillor Timpson.
I'm just thinking, would it not be a good idea to take all these financial items that we're talking about and just make one comprehensive financial policy and discuss that in a separate special meeting?
We could. It's just that some are ready to go soon, and I've had it on our work plans for a couple of years. Our purchasing policy is really out of date and needs to come forward as soon as possible. So I wouldn't want to stall that to wait till we put our capital asset policies and debt and reserve policies into place.
I think that's fair enough, yeah. Some are related and some aren't. We've already grouped some of them. You did some grouping just now, and we've done some grouping with the debt and reserve funds and whatever. So yeah, we're already reducing the numbers that way. Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I think going towards what Councillor Timpson was saying, that once all of these policies are done for finance, they can later on be put into one policy eventually.
One policy heading perhaps, but with different policies. Yeah.
Under finance, like,
okay,
or however.
Yeah. Almost like a fees and charges bylaw where you have different schedules for different financial instruments. Yeah.
Yeah, the danger of putting them all into one policy is then when you want to make a simple change, then you're bringing up the whole policy for.
It's like the Constitution. You don't want to bring it up.
We don't need to make it that complicated.
Exactly.
Okay, we're good with that. Then item 17 is in item 7. Now move to 7 with priority 1.
Okay. Number 18, it was suggested through the Municipal Services Delivery Review that we put in a formal work order system for all IT related requests. And I believe that we're, perhaps I'll get the clerk to comment on that because that's his department that's taking care of that. We've started to make some headway in that direction. So
to you, Mayor Lawrence, thank you, Michelle. Yeah, so we have implemented this already. I think we can call this completed. We're doing it on a very low-tech basis right now, meaning we haven't gone out and purchased any specific software or anything like that to manage it. We're doing it, with existing resources. So, but a formalized system has been in place. We are now tracking all requests. We're beginning. The first quarter of the year has gone by, and I'm starting to look at. I'm already starting to see certain trends, which is mostly what I wanted to get a handle on. Is where are the areas where we're getting a lot of issues so that we can focus more attention on addressing that in a permanent way. So I think we can call this completed.
Completed. In that case, then we don't need to prioritize it. No. All right, Council, we'll call this done then.
Okay, and number 19, it has more to do with the organizational review. So I will ask council at this point in time that although it's an important item, that we discuss it through our org review meeting versus now.
Oh, so at a separate meeting.
Yes,
And that's coming when?
that'd be established once we establish our priorities to find time. Yeah.
Okay. This seems to be a fairly important item to me.
It is an important item, but it involves personnel, so I believe that we should be discussing it under the org review.
Okay, and we'll take I think council will take your advice there.
Thank you. Number 20, development of a comprehensive user fees charges bylaw. We already spoke to that earlier. Where did we? I know we already spoke to it.
Item number 4.
In operational
review.
excellence? In which?
In this one.
Oh yeah, explore raising user fees. So I would suggest that we just move that that bullet to number 4.
Yeah, and I rather like the user fee rather than raising user fees. Some user fees may go down, some may be eliminated, some may go up. But yep, good. So this is in item 4.
Item number 21, I would suggest that that be combined with item number 4 as well, because it has to do with user fees and the requirement to review them on a regular basis. So that could be part of our bylaw, our fees and charges bylaw when it comes forward, that be part of the bylaw, that it be reviewed on a regular basis or at a certain interval by each department.
Good.
Okay.
I think that's good. Yep.
Okay. So again, number 22, I would combine with number 4 as well. Number 23, I would combine with number 4 as well. Is that okay with council?
As long as the user fee review is broad and will include all these items, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Shift the responsibility for delivery. Oh, okay. So one of the things that the consultant identified in the municipal services delivery review was the possibility of shifting the responsibility of the delivery of facility maintenance from development services department to public works. So I'm not sure if council wants to establish a priority with that. That to me would be something that I would bring forward as a possible recommendation or a reorg through the departments.
Does this not fall under the same category as you moved the
19?
IT item 19 to the organizational review? Would this not be the same then organizational review?
Yeah. So we'll add that to that. Number 25, explore the increased use of technology across the organization, including but not exclusive to finance, HR, development services, and recreation. So that was also identified in the review, and part of that is the use of technology. So one thing we're looking at is purchasing order system. We're looking at electronic timesheet submission. So we're doing a lot of processes where we're incorporating modules that we already have in our software system that haven't been used before. We're slowly getting that on track. We've just switched to a new payroll platform as well, and HRS My Way. So those are things that are already happening within our various departments. So if council wants to establish a priority, what we can do is possibly come back with a list of the initiatives and the timelines to put those into place, so council's aware of what we're hoping to accomplish with reference to our technology across the organization. And then we establish the timelines because it's something we're already working on and it's important to us to establish.
So it sounds like this is already a priority 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Priority 2, all right, council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 26, we already spoke to that. We don't have a formal policy on our budget process, but that is being done.
Item 14, I think we covered.
Yes.
Yes, it's item 14.
That was a priority one, yep.
Yes. Item number 27, all property tax bills are currently manually prepared and sent by mail. The results is additional time and postage incurred. So that was identified as something that is time consuming for staff to do. And we're currently exploring other ways in order to facilitate those tax bill preparations. Clerk?
To you, Mayor Lawrence. Yeah, so I'm happy to report that working with the Finance Department, starting in June, people will be able to sign up through our website to receive those bills electronically. So that's actually underway and will be getting launched in June.
So do you want this as a priority one, or is this a done?
Well, I'd like to leave it on the list, and when it's done, we'll say it's complete.
All right, priority two. Two. Good, thank you.
If there's one thing that COVID has done, for the municipality, I'm sure other municipalities as well, as we've ramped up ways in which we can communicate with the public and do things electronically because of COVID. So it helped move that process much faster. So we're getting in line with that fairly quickly. Number 28, have staff complete timesheets electronically. I just finished speaking about that earlier. So we're currently working on that. I'm not sure of the timelines. I believe it will be in the next couple months. So if council's amenable, I would say that's a priority one. We're currently working on it.
We won't talk you back from that one.
Okay. Ensure department head managers are reviewing timesheets prior to submission to payroll, reducing the number of errors and potentially freeing up capacity for the position of payroll clerk. So that's one thing that was identified in the review, that managers perhaps aren't paying close attention to timesheets. So that process is part of number 28, where we're electronically submitting and getting managers to make sure that they're checking those for errors.
So is this included in 28 then?
Yeah, combine the two.
Okay, so it's already being in that one, included in 28.
Number 30, explore potential implementation of payroll module to reduce the number of manual work steps in the process. That is already done. We just switched over to a new payroll platform, so that is complete.
Well done.
Number 31, investigate as to what full capabilities of its current software are respect to processing payroll. I would say that that's complete as well, because we've switched to our new platform. Number 32, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is we currently have some software modules, or we've had software modules for some time, where they were purchased years ago. We're paying licensing fees and we're not using them because when you implement it, of course, you don't implement everything at once. So through because of COVID has forced staff to really take a look at what we're doing electronically, and we've been communicating a lot more with our finance providers, software providers, and discovering there's ways to do things better with the software that we currently have. So we've implemented a number of changes within our software modules to actually use those modules to improve on our efficiency and effectiveness of how we do our financial functions and communicate with the public. So that is all. I wouldn't say it's done, but it's ongoing.
So can we put a priority on this?
I would say 2, if that's okay with council.
I see V for victory 2.
Again, number 33, I would put with 32 because it's part and parcel of that.
included in item 32,
Mhm.
and underway, well on its way.
Number 34, we've already addressed the procurement policy and the thresholds for spending. So that is coming forward in the near future. And I believe that was combined with, is it 14?
7, I think, item 7.
7 and 14, I think we're all combined in this one.
Included in 7 now, I guess we'll say.
Yes, in 7. Number 35, exploring the approach of how we streamline our calls and how they are logged. I will have the clerk comment on this, if you don't mind, Brian.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lawrence. Yeah, so there were a number of recommendations in the MSDR related to the various channels that are available to the public to request service or lodge a complaint or so on and so forth. So there are certain recommendations under there that we're looking at really carefully. One of them is about calls and call management and number of times calls get transferred and, that type of thing. So this is currently underway. And if I could suggest, I would say either a 2 or 3.
Council, 3. We'll go with 3. 3. 3 it is. Despite some judges giving it a higher score.
Also, number 36 and 37 are related. So if it's okay with council and with Brian, I would suggest a 3 for those as well.
Clerk? Yep.
Okay, number 38, the municipality may want to explore potential of software that would address a gap between finance and building permits. We're currently working on that as well. The software for building permits to be implemented electronically versus a manual method, so that will interface with finance. So that is currently being worked on. So I would suggest a 2 possibly.
Council, 2. We're not going to disagree, I don't think. Yes, yeah, 2.
Okay. And another thing that was identified through the services delivery review was to encourage building permit holders to close permits and assist the municipality in capturing additional taxation revenues. So what is happening is a number of permits are being issued and they're outstanding and the permits aren't being acted upon. So what they're suggesting is that we look at a fee maintenance system where is if they've exceeded, we can charge extra fees to extend those permits.
So this is a building permit that is applied for and granted, and then no building is taking place, or explain, help me with this.
Clerk may want to help me out. I don't remember specifically. My memory is escaping me right now on this particular subject.
Through Mayor Lawrence, yes. So essentially, the idea would be that for building permits that are issued that should reasonably be able to be completed within 1 year. If the certificate of completion isn't issued within 1 year, then a maintenance fee is charged, a building permit maintenance fee. And so for smaller projects, they're suggesting, I think, 100 or 150, and for large projects, 200 or 250. So essentially, a stick, as opposed to a carrot in this case, to encourage people to complete their buildings, so that as was outlined in the MSDR, that we start receiving the tax revenue, because sometimes projects will be completed, the building permit won't be closed out, and we're then not getting that new tax revenue. So yeah, I think it's a very, very good suggestion.
But if the building permit isn't closed out, an occupancy permit hasn't been granted either.
No. What it does is it leaves staff to keep following up on these permits, and we're spending resources and time to do them.
So there's an actual municipal cost involved here that we're trying to offset.
Yes.
Good. Priority level? 1, 2, 1, 1. The ones have it. The judge with a 2 has to get more paper because the only number we've seen lately is 2. We need. Okay.
Excuse me, number 40 and 41 can be combined, and it's a formal prioritization for works to be completed. So right now we have a manual system of a work order system, and it's not working to its full potential. So they're suggesting that we explore ways in which we can go electronic through a module system through our software to be able to address the work orders and be more efficient in our operations that way.
Could you just clarify a little bit more on work orders? These are internally generated work orders?
Correct.
Entity department work orders, or how is this?
They could be external as well. So if there's not external from the community, but for external work. So for example, if we need something done like a sewer unplug or something like that, where staff have to go to a residence, then we put in a work order for it. So it's internal works for various internal departments, and it's also for external work. And
is the prioritization reviewed periodically? If something's, can it change the prioritization?
Pardon me?
Can the prioritization of a work order change over a month or two? Is there within the system, do you have the capability, the capacity to change the priority?
I can't address that right now because we haven't, I personally haven't explored any modules, any software to deal with that. So I would defer, and come back to council with that answer. And once we know, but right now we operate on a manual system. So it's not as robust as being able to have it addressed through software to ensure that it's followed up on who did what work. And it's also a record too of the work that was done electronically, right? Versus paper all over between departments. So it sounds like a priority 2 to 3 to me on this, or 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure where it is. Go ahead, the CIO. I would recommend, I was going to say 3, but I saw some 2s go up. If it has to do with the municipality being more efficient with the use of its resources, we should probably prioritize it as a 2, not a 3. And that's 40 and 41 are combined there? Yes. Okay. So on number 42, it's more about when doing utilities work in and around the municipality, the use of tablets versus trying to do everything manually and bringing it in and putting it on the computers. So again, this is another platform that will allow us to be more efficient in our operations. And make sure it's digital and backed up. So going to this, what's the digital backup? And how safe, what is the digital backup and how safe and secure is it? Brian can answer that question, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mayor Lawrence. So we're very, very fortunate to have quite a robust IT system. So every day our systems are backed up for all the information that was generated, inputted, extracted, and so on for that day. It's backed up to on our server, and then once a week, everything that's on our primary server is backed up to our secondary server or our mirrored server. So we have a very robust redundancy system in place, which is really important, of course, for continuity of operations and if anything critical were to happen. So I would say that probably 65 to 75% of what we do is electronic and is backed up in a robust way. The other stuff is still manual and relies on paperwork, which isn't backed up. So, you know, this whole strategy to embrace technology and get more stuff moved to an online, or sorry, not necessarily an online, but a digital format, furthers our efforts and goal to be more resilient should there be a catastrophic loss or failure.
And are the servers in different physical locations?
Yes, they are.
Buildings, different
Yes.
buildings? Yep.
Yes.
Good. So it sounds like a priority 1 or 2? 2? 2? That seem reasonable, staff? Yep.
Mhm. And last but not least, number 43, current training staff on recreational software, Perfect Mind, to allow greater ease of use both internally and externally. And I'm proud to say that that project is complete. So it's done. We've got everything, our old program, our Max program kept dying, and there was no more support for the system. So we were going on a song and a prayer, trying to get it to work whenever it did crash. Thank you to our IT people in the municipality, were able to recover it. But one of these days it was going to crash. So we purchased Perfect Mind last year, and through COVID, the municipal staff have been able to update that database with all the current information for all of our memberships and user groups. And so we are ready for when we do open back up again.
Very good. Is Perfect Mind available to anybody? Could I purchase one of those too? Okay, good. So we actually have completed the list. Is CAO clerk, is that it?
That is it.
Well, what I really enjoyed in the last item, which was related to the municipal services delivery review, is to the comment that you so often hear about studies collecting dust. So much of this is either underway or done, and I realize not all of it, but so well done staff on reacting to the municipal services delivery review. Are we over? Seems like a...
We're done. Now it's our turn to collate all of this and come back to council with another report as to timelines.
That's tomorrow, or? Okay.
I'm going fishing.
We can all be like Councillor Howie, gone fishing or gone somewhere else. Eh?
Yeah.
Good. Well, thanks very much, staff. It was, I think, I hope you found it, it was probably a necessary day, but I hope it was productive. It's, I think, informative for council to see where we're at in many of these things, informative to talk to each other as a council on some of these topics and to talk to staff. So thanks for all your efforts leading up to this day. I know you 2 or 3 and other staff have had long days, extra days too, on weekends to get ready for today. And there's probably more to come, but thanks very much for getting us to this point.
Welcome.
Any final comments, council? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Lego.
Well,
You
just
had your hand up.
extending my thanks.
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, well done. That was good. Very robust and well done.
Yeah, certainly the first time we've been asked to kind of combine all our reports and make sure they don't sit on the shelf collecting dust. So thank you very much.
And there are other reports that it should be noted that I refer to the infrastructure or the lot assessment study is utilized from time to time. I think about the Sioux Hudson revitalization study that was done, Councillor Timpson, back. You know, I actually saw in the bulletin when they do their retro look, that little part of the bulletin, 2002 consideration of downtown revitalization, and the actual study I think was done in 2006, 7, 8, somewhere around there. But still, that study is being utilized in the Wellington Street intersection, and it was utilized in the intersection at the underpass. It's utilized in many things. So you know, to the argument the studies collect dust, some may, but most don't. I think they are utilized and used by council and staff to guide us. Thanks, council. Thanks, staff.
Sorry, Mayor Lawrence, if we can just get a mover and seconder for the confirmatory bylaw. Sorry.
I'm just about to head that way.
Sorry.
Got it right here. Bylaw number 49-21 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Municipality of Sioux May 15th, 2021 special council meeting be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Moved by Councillor Fanlon, seconded by Councillor Howie. All in favor? Carried. And as in the new way of doing things, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Enjoy the remains of the weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks,
Hey, everyone.
Council, for
Thank you.
sticking with it.
Bye.